Good morning, good morning, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the Warsaw Security Forum. I hope everybody is in such good spirits after yesterday's discussions or in such somber moods, considering what we have to do. But I'm sure we're all prepared and geared up for a fascinating second day of the 10th anniversary of the Warsaw Security Forum. I also extend a very warm welcome to all our viewers who are watching the live stream. Please also, everybody, I encourage you to comment and engage on social media with a hashtag WSF2023. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting today the Democratic Resilience track. It is a track about protecting ourselves. It is a track about what we believe in and what are the values that stand behind our nations and our communities. It is also a track where we have to look a little bit in the mirror and see a lot of our shortcomings and discuss honestly what we can do with them. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to pass the floor to an incredible person and a great friend, Biljana Lilly, who's chairing the Democratic Resilience track and will have some very fascinating opening remarks, which I very much look forward to. Biljana, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much for this great introduction. Good morning, everyone. My name is Biljana Lilly. The discussions that you will hear today in this room have become particularly critical since Russia's invasion of Ukraine of February 2022, and also since the concurrent increase in Russian state-sponsored malicious activities against countries that are supporting Ukraine in its fight against Russian aggression. Ukraine has been fighting a large-scale war in non-traditional military domains of air, land and sea, and now also in cyberspace. At the same time, European and NATO nations have been subjected to a range of measures short of war that we call information warfare operations or influence operations in the digital realm and offline. While Russia has been viciously attacking Ukraine with missiles, drones, and all sorts of other weapons, Russia has also been eroding the democratic processes of Western states using a range of information warfare activities such as various kinds of cyber operations, disinformation campaigns, sponsorship of protests and far-right movements, even attempts to assassinate senior leaders in NATO member states. The aim of these activities are to erode our decision-making processes and make sure that our support for Ukraine is weakened through exerting psychological effects, through inciting violence, and through dividing us from within. And that's a really hard threat to tackle and combat. And the Russian government knows that. The Russians are not the only nation state that is known to have been conducting such activities against Western states. Iran and China are two other nation-state adversaries that are known to have launched disinformation campaigns deliberately against various Western states in cyber operations to achieve various nation-state objectives. In light of this increased aggression, it is critical, it is absolutely imperative that we discuss how we can defend our democracies from these threats and how we can build resilience collectively as a group of like-minded nations. This is exactly what the discussions today will aim to cover and discuss here. You'll hear remarks from ministers and prime ministers, military commanders, various representatives of NATO agencies, representatives of different national parliaments and EU parliaments. You will hear from senior academics, NGO professionals, from a very international group. There will even be a representative of the Republic of Taiwan here with us today, and I very much look forward to his remarks as well. The topics that will be discussed vary from election integrity to security and democracy and the link between security and democracy, the impact of Russian and Chinese disinformation on civil societies. We'll even talk about how we can create and maintain alliances in the current very much polarized international environment. One of the focuses, or the main focuses of the discussions, will be how we can build the resilience or enhance the resilience of Central and Eastern Europe based on the lessons that we're learning from the war in Ukraine in a way that can benefit the entire NATO alliance. I have an academic background, and as an academic, I have always been taught to systematically collect the evidence for the cases that I'm examining, and then to very objectively and impartially conduct my assessment and offer my conclusions. But when we look at the evidence from this war, it is very difficult to be objective. It is very difficult not to take sides. And it is very difficult not to admire the Ukrainian population. They have shown incredible fierceness and resilience in the face of Russian aggression for almost 2 years now, and even before February of 2022. Massacres, rapes, air raid alerts, those are some of the daily horrors that the Ukrainian population lives with. In their fight against Russia, they're fighting for their right to exist, and they're fighting for their territory. But they're also fighting for the entire NATO alliance. Because the historical record does not speak in favor of restraint in Russia's ambitions for territorial expansion. And this is our own history, and we should remember it. We can learn a lot from our Ukrainian colleagues and friends about how to build capacity to withstand a nation-level onslaught. And to that effect, I specifically look forward to the last panel of the day, which will be a conversation with two of Ukraine's best cyber defenders, Ilya Vityuk and Viktor Zhora, who made time to come here and be with us in person in Warsaw to share their experiences and tell us how they're defending their networks against Russia for years at this point. So I very much hope that you tune in for that discussion. In addition to all the panels that you will see here today, I would also like to direct your attention to the very first annual Warsaw Security Forum report, which is available on our website. In that report, there are 8 advocacy causes that the Forum believes will strengthen the resilience of the transatlantic alliance. I very much recommend that you look at them. They're based on the deliberations of 4 different expert groups, and I had the unique pleasure and privilege to convene one of these groups and lead it. It was truly international. We had representatives from both the public and private sector, and our focus was on cybersecurity and resilience. The group had representatives from Microsoft, Meta, Nextpeak, Clarity, Polish intelligence, the Swedish Psychological Defense Agency, and even the Ukrainian government. We met regularly since March for about 1 to 2 hours every month to discuss the most critical, most significant threats that have emerged either as a result of the war in Ukraine or have been amplified as the result of the war in Ukraine. And subsequently, we came up with 2 policy proposals, which are basically step-by-step policy roadmaps on how to implement solutions to hopefully mitigate the risks and threats that we discussed in our groups. The 2 advocacy causes that we decided to outline and focus on are number 7 and 8 in the report. First, we decided that it's really important and still very necessary to identify, monitor, continuously monitor, analyze, and counter the entire range of Russian information warfare operations. That includes cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, sponsorship of protests and far-right movements, assassinations, coup d'etats, all of that. Russia is not the only state doing them, so creating a playbook where we holistically assess those different capabilities can help us not only to defend ourselves against Russia, but against other states as well. Based on that information, we suggest that we need to create a standard for common capabilities that each Western country has to start developing and eventually develop to a level of maturity where they can be operationalized and constantly used to counter all these various cyber or information warfare activities. The second recommendation that we outline in the report is that there is still a need to collect comprehensive telemetry of cyber operations against Ukrainian infrastructure, and then rapidly and safely share that telemetry with Ukraine's European partners so they can update their cybersecurity defenses, their incident response playbooks, their management plans and capabilities, so that they can expect, anticipate, and counter and mitigate the effects of Russian cyber attacks better. I encourage you to read our report. After the public sessions of today, we will also hold a closed-door session where we'll discuss the feasibility and implementation of those 2 advocacy causes. The closed-door session will not be streamed live, but we will publish a report. It will be held under the Chatham House rule. We'll publish a report where we'll summarize some of the findings of our deliberations. If any of you is interested in joining our team and working on these causes with us and developing them further, reach out to me after the sessions today. I'll be happy to involve you. In addition to that, the final thing I wanted to mention here is that we have a number of talks today, and they're on very critical topics. I really hope that they inspire you. And I really hope that when you leave this place here today or tomorrow, you go back to your respective governments in your companies, and you implement policies and practices that will raise awareness among your own teams about the threats that we'll discuss here today, and strengthen our collective resilience as a result. So thank you so much. And without further ado, Marcin, let's get started. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Biljana, for those opening remarks, setting the stage for a day of great discussions and debates. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure now to welcome the first panel, the first session of the day, and it will be moderated by an international editor of Der Tagesspiegel from Germany, Ms. Anja Weller-Schock. If I can invite you, Anja, to the stage, please, and welcome your guests for this discussion.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to this first panel this morning. My name is Anja Weller-Schock. I'm the international editor at the German newspaper Tagesspiegel. And for the next 40 minutes, we will be discussing a very timely topic, the internet connection between democracy and security. It couldn't, of course, come at a better time. Most recently, we've seen in several countries that electoral campaigns have impacted the rhetoric regarding support for Ukraine. We've seen this with the recent win of Robert Fico in Slovakia. We've seen it in our host country of Poland. And of course, we have all been closely following the developments around growing Republican resistance to continuing US support for Ukraine, which only last night was a key element in the historic ouster of Republican Speaker Kevin McCarthy. So we'll be looking at the topic from two angles. Democracy, namely electoral processes and populist forces as a challenge for security, and democracy as a precondition for security. And joining me as panelists are, in the middle, Anne-Marie Trevelyan. She's Minister of State in the British Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office and responsible for the Indo-Pacific. To my left, Ben Hodges, retired Lieutenant General and the former Commanding General of the US Army in Europe. And to my very left, Jerzy Pomianowski. He's the Executive Director of the European Endowment for Democracy, and he previously served as Deputy Foreign Minister of Poland. And congratulations are in order, because like the Warsaw Security Forum, the EED is celebrating its 10th anniversary. Congrats, Jerzy. So, Anne-Marie, I'd like to start off with you. Yesterday, US President Joe Biden convened a call with G7 and NATO leaders to discuss his concerns that support for Ukraine against the Russian invasion might be fading. And Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said that Britain would be supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes. Where do the British people stand on this issue?
So it was good, perhaps, to have that call and that reiteration of that commitment. But it reflects, as perhaps in any war where we are supporters and hopefully bring both tools and finance to help those who are fighting the war, but it's not our war. So exactly as you say, for all G7 countries. It's not our citizens whose country is under threat, and it is a generosity of spirit that allows political leaders to make those commitments. I can say, and it is extraordinary throughout the UK, the commitment to Ukraine's victory against this appalling illegal invasion is absolutely rock solid. It's been an extraordinary privilege to be one of the political leaders, asking our constituents to take in refugees. We have nearly 180,000 Ukrainians in the homes of British people. Therefore, as long as that is required, this commitment is absolutely unwavering to British. And I think that's because there is a deep understanding that the Ukrainians are fighting genuinely for freedom and democracy in a very real, gritty way. An authoritarian regime is attempting to crush that young country's determination to grow its democracy for the next generations of Ukrainians. And the British citizens have an instinct for that. We understand what that means. So the commitment, when Prime Minister Sunak says that, is absolutely unwavering, and it's unwavering throughout our communities. And that's what you need as political leaders, to know that you can make those commitments through the joint systems that we're bringing together, be that through humanitarian support, through military aid, through non-lethal aid, to do that. So the UK stands 100% squarely alongside Ukraine.
The Labour leader, Keir Starmer, has also confirmed his unrelenting support and that of his party. How would British policy look differently towards Ukraine, towards security policy, if it was a Labour government?
So clearly I can't speak for Sir Keir, but I think his voice is absolutely right. And as I say, in my constituency, I'll take an example, a broad rural constituency, you find Ukrainian flags attached to farm gateposts. You find them flying from small churches in little villages. As you take the train through the countryside, you can see Ukrainian flags dotted around. You don't see Union Jack flags dotted around particularly, but there they are, this visible sport. And those are the gates of Conservative voters, of Labour voters, of Green Party voters. It's not about politics. The British people are absolutely full square in support of defending those values of freedom that we in the UK have always been able to maintain and protect, and we absolutely will continue to do that. So I think it really is above politics. How that support is offered, how as we change, and we all are working to get our industrial complexes to shift up a gear so that we can provide more lethal aid. Those challenges, might be done slightly differently under different political leaders, but I don't think so. I think the reality is how can the UK be as useful and supportive as possible, both as a bilateral relationship, but more importantly, working globally to ensure that every country, as many countries as we can, continues to stand for Ukraine. So be that in the UN, where those voices, are counted one by one. I work, my region is the Indo-Pacific, and I spend a lot of time talking. It's not obviously at the front of the agenda, but it is absolutely the reason why we're all standing firm alongside Ukraine is because that question of sovereignty and keeping your country free for your citizens is what this war is about, alongside the practicalities of helping the Ukrainians fight the war.
When you go to your constituency, do you face discussions? There are considerable domestic issues that Great Britain is facing, high cost of living, crumbling health system. Do people ever raise a question, what about us? How come we provide so much support for a country abroad and we're facing domestic challenges?
So literally no one has ever said that to me. So it might, other colleagues might say differently, but literally not. We are providing within the military context much as we can, and the former Defence Secretary drove an incredible effort to really gear up how the UK could both use the existing resources we had, bilaterally, but also to encourage globally those who could provide military support to do so. And I think that understanding has been well articulated in every democratic country. One of the challenges, of course, is explaining what it is that you're doing so that your citizens are with you on that journey. And I think that continues to be done. But I say it's done, in the pubs and in the shops. People talk about the war in a way that is, horrified that a big autocratic nation thinks it's okay to march its way into another country and try and take their land, to hurt their people, to destroy the farmland, to mine it. I have a very agricultural community. The idea that your farmland might be mined and not be usable for decades is horrifying to people in a generational way that's got no connection with World War II. They're far too young, but they can see it writ large. It doesn't make sense. This is wrong in a very straightforward way. And they're very proud, actually, that the UK government is doing all that we can in the different ways to do that. Importantly, encouraging other countries as well in whatever way they can help to stand up for those important values.
Thank you. Bernhard, I'd like to ask you to shed some light on the current situation in the US for us. The opposition for the US continuing its support for Ukraine is coming from the extreme right, but also from traditionally hawkish institutions like the Heritage Foundation, which has changed its course over the last few months and have been lobbying against continuing extensive support for Ukraine. How do you explain this?
Well, first, I want to compliment the minister. UK really has done a great job leading on so many things. It's important, and it keeps pressure on us. I do miss the days of normal chaos in Washington. Right now, it's a special kind of chaos that I have. I'm 65 years old, so I've been through some interesting periods in American history, but I haven't seen it like this. Never in my life did I imagine Republican Party would be using Kremlin talking points. I mean, senior people, and then you mentioned the Heritage Foundation, which would be unrecognizable if Ronald Reagan were alive today. Couldn't imagine what's coming out of there. But having said that, most Americans absolutely support Ukraine. Poll after poll after poll shows that. Most members of Congress, in a bipartisan way, support Ukraine and continuing to provide aid. The problem, and Minister used the phrase, or quoted your Prime Minister of saying this phrase, we're with Ukraine for as long as it takes. I hope I never hear that phrase again. My president has failed the critical task of saying what our objective is. If you don't explain the objective, then it's very difficult to have policies that are meaningful, or to have a strategy that's meaningful. So when my president says, we're with Ukraine for as long as it takes, it's not a bad statement, but it has no meaning. What does as long as what takes? I mean, why are we doing this? And I think most Americans, just like most Brits, if the president would, at that great presidential desk, look into the camera and say, my fellow Americans, let me tell you why we're doing this. Let me explain why this is to our advantage. It's in our strategic interest that Russia is defeated, not pushed back, crushed. It's in our interest. It's in the economic interest of people in Iowa, in California, in Texas, in North Dakota, in Florida. It's in our interest. And I think that's what we've got to do. We have to get the Congress to be able to talk to their constituents the way the minister talks to her constituents about why this is in our interest. And then I think people say, oh, okay. Oh, and by the way, not one American soldier has even been broken a fingernail. And yet our most dangerous enemy has been wrecked for pennies. Now, that's a cynical way to look at it, but if you're trying to get millions of voters to say, this is important, you have to talk in practical terms. I am so inspired by what I see of Ukrainian people, Ukrainian soldiers. I've worked with them since 2015. There are no soldiers on the planet that are more adaptive, more innovative, more able to integrate new systems. But that's not going to inspire millions of people to continue supporting it financially. It has to be done in a practical way, why this matters to us. This war, I believe, is what failed deterrence looks like. The Kremlin made several strategic miscalculations, but one of them was that they were sure that the West would not stay together. There was no way that the West will stay together because we didn't do squat after they invaded Georgia. We didn't do anything after they jumped over President Obama's red line in Syria. And then we really didn't do anything of consequence after the invasion in 2014. And then they see as late as December of 2021, Germany is still working on Nord Stream 2. And in the United States, this bizarre, terrible the way the Trump and his supporters contested the election outcome, and then January 6th. I think when the Kremlin, when they looked at January 6th, they saw, they're not going to do anything to stop us. And so that's why I say this is failed deterrence, because we did not live up to our own talking points about, you know, what democracy is all about, and didn't look like we were actually willing to defend it.
Mm-hmm. If you look at current polling in the US, a majority of Americans actually still supports continued help for Ukraine, but a majority of Republicans and a growing majority of Republicans doesn't. You'd already hinted that Ronald Reagan would be turning in his grave. We saw this. What has changed? What has caused this shift in the Republican Party?
Of course, part of this is a result of Kremlin influence. I mean, that's every country represented in this room has felt that Kremlin influence, money supporting to create chaos, to cause us to lose trust in our institutions. I think that's a part of it. But that has happened also because we're vulnerable to it. People become vulnerable for a variety of reasons. You know, where do you get your news from? That's like we've lost a sense of who we are. And nobody ever thought the United States was perfect, but people always had a high expectation of the United States to be something. And I think we've sort of lost that. Now we do have there's a part of our DNA that is isolationist. I mean, America exists because millions of people wanted to leave Europe to go to, or wherever they came from, to go somewhere and not have to worry about those things. So there is an isolationist tendency. There were huge protests against supporting Great Britain at the beginning of World War II. And nobody wanted to come to Europe at the beginning of World War I. So we have to deal with that. But the real problem is there is a growing tendency that worries me very much towards fascism in the United States. Donald Trump is the epitome of this. He probably could not quote or tell you anything about what's in our Constitution, except with the part where he's the commander-in-chief. That's the only part that he would be familiar with. I doubt he really truly understands how things work, or even how it's supposed to work. He hated any restraints on what he wanted to do, and so he and with people like Heritage Foundation have already written the plan for what they plan to do if they get back in, which will include getting rid of anybody that's independent that would not be totally beholden to him and our institutions. But I give him credit for being smart, smart in a fascist kind of way. I mean, the Supreme Court, never in my life did I imagine that the Supreme Court would have the low level of credibility that it has right now, because at least 3 members of the Supreme Court absolutely lied during their testimony about whether or not they would support abortion. And it didn't take long for them to all reveal their true colors. How did we get there? At the end of the day, though, and I don't want people walking out of here all depressed, I am an optimistic person by nature, and I have always been impressed with what positive leadership can accomplish. And if you take time to speak to your own population as if they were adults, then most people say, oh, okay, that makes sense. And I think what we're starting to see, this ouster of Speaker McCarthy, is a serious blow to the extreme right, because it's going to be harder and harder for those who are fence sitters or to continue. I mean, they see the danger of dealing with that, and I don't see any growth potential in that. I think they are maxed out on where they could be, Trump supporters, and unfortunately there will be millions of people that will vote for him when he is in jail, but not enough. And I think if our current president is able to do a better job of articulating what they have done, what they're doing, most people will say, well, actually, this is better. I trust our legal system. You know, the saying that the wheels of justice turn slow, but they grind fine. And I think that the former president will not be president because I don't think even Houdini could escape 91 indictments.
Thank you, Ben. And Jerzy, I'd like to take a look at Central and Eastern Europe. With you, we've seen similar growing opposition, most pronouncedly in Robert Fico's campaign in Slovakia. He managed to win a majority on campaigning against further aid to Ukraine. How do you explain this? It's much closer to Ukraine, yet we see similar trends.
Well, thanks, Anya. Thanks first for the anniversary wishes. Yes, indeed, it's been 10 years since EED was established. As not maybe everyone knows, we are based in Brussels and we are financed by the EU governments, but not only. In this respect, I would like to thank you also to UK government for quite substantial contribution to the endowment's budget. And needless to say, having been here, that establishment of the endowment 10 years ago was highly inspired by existence of National Endowment for Democracy, which is a similar organization, much older, working on US soil. So this is an important question, what's going on with our democracy. But let me start with a more, before answering directly your question, more general statement. When we established this new terminology several years ago about hybrid threats, hybrid wars, it became fashionable. It looked like we started to understand there are some interrelations between different parts of the society, different parts of the agendas. I'm talking about security agenda, I'm talking about migration, economic, and also a democracy agenda. But although we started to understand there is interrelation, we started to understand that it has to be looked more holistically. It's not always translates into actual decisions and the budget allocations by governments and decision makers. If we look, for example, we've just been talking about situation and support to Ukraine. And if we look how sizable was a military support package from United States, we are talking about multi-billion support. How much money at the same time US government allocated to support independent Russian media, to address mindset of Russian people, to address their emotions, to work with them. If we are looking now for the definition of a victory, what would be the victory? Crushing present Russia, present regime. We have to see this in multidimensional perspective. And in this respect, if we just achieve exhausting military capacity and exhausting economic capacity to wage a war again, it won't be enough. You have to exhaust also psychological and political capacity. That is only through pluralistic debate, that is only through addressing mind and hearts of people there. There will be always a supplier of arms, even if Russia cannot produce themselves. Whether it's North Korea, China, you name it, there will be always someone. So in that sense, in order to establish long-lasting peace, we have to make sure that we can communicate in a way that we can change also the mindset of people. Every war starts in the mind, not in the arms factory. So that is the general message that I would like to make. And then similarly, when we are talking about our own democracies, we discovered with surprise, and when Endowment first started to analyze situation of media inside Russia in 2013, 2014, 2015, I can tell you, your own government didn't want even to listen about this. We have prepared a big report and sent to all governments that are sitting in our board, including German government. And they didn't even read this. So we are simply saying that it is coming very bad moment for Russia, because day by day, starting from 2008 to 2014, all independent voices are shut down and all independent media are closing, or there is a hostile takeover. So how much time it took German government to understand that it is not only about Russia, but it's also about their own elections. That the interference into electoral processes, into Brexit process, into many other processes inside EU is directly conducted by the same type of agenda and same type of methodology that they use on their own territory. Of course, inside democratic countries we have much more tools to defend ourselves, apparently. But we are not that effective. We are very reactive. So what I want to say, if we look into Slovakia, if we look into other countries where the situation is not that, I would say, happy picture from the point of view of what type of agenda, what type of narratives are winning, I would say that in our democratic environment, sometimes 2 or 3% make a difference. And that is enough to influence by those malicious narratives.
Jerzy, you mentioned disinformation and interference into electoral processes. What are some concrete measures that we can build resilience against these practices?
Well, as I said, this is a multi-layer agenda. We have to make sure that we are as successful defending ourselves. At the same time, we are able to communicate directly with the societies that are under certain hostility. I'm talking about Russian, Belarus society. I'm talking about many others, not only in Eastern Europe, but also in Middle East. And that is something where we are still weak. And I'm not talking we are doing nothing. We are doing a lot. And our own existence and our own existence is a proof that the toolbox is enlarging. But I'm also saying that the ratio between attention, spendings on other agenda. We are spending 3 billion, 4 billion to prevent Erdogan to accept migration channels from Turkish shore toward Greece and Balkan track. 3 billions. How much we spend at the same time to help Turkish democracy to be restored, to have more pluralistic system. That's what I'm trying to say. The ratio is not yet established. So this recognition of new tools, of those hybrid approaches is there, but it's not yet translated into decision-making process.
Thank you. I'd like to open the floor for questions from the audience in a minute. But before I do that, Anne-Marie, I have a question regarding system competition. After the fall of the Iron Curtain, we thought this would be the era of democracy, but over the last few years, we've seen democratic decline. What can we do to strengthen democracy worldwide? I'm assuming, since you're responsible for the Indo-Pacific, system competition is high on your agenda.
Yes, it is. And I think there was perhaps such an extraordinary sense of success that so many countries were given back their freedom to build democracies, that everyone saw victory and, probably exhausted, said, right, whew, we can all relax. But we know, and it's an old adage, freedom is not free. Now, that doesn't change just because there isn't a wall there aren't armed guards, there aren't state police watching your every word, monitoring what you say. The reality is that we have to keep demonstrating, to the General's point, that this is so important to us that we will always put that at the front of our agenda. So if you look at the layers, we have now come back to the General's point about Russia being surprised that NATO turned out to be very coherent when you know, one of its neighbours was tested, to maintain that physical demonstration of deterrence. This is a border you will not cross. So the enhanced forward presence, which the UK is part through NATO's work on those eastern borders, is a visible demonstration of what we're protecting is democracy and freedom. We're protecting the territory from being invaded, but we're there because we are saying these countries believe in freedom and democracy, and that's what we will defend. But Jerry makes a really important point, which is all the other layers of reminding our citizens what they have got is so important. And it's quite hard to do day to day. I mean, we're incredibly lucky in the UK. We are an incredibly pluralist society, multiracial society, so integrated. You know, you can practice any religion you like. Mostly nobody else cares, doesn't pay attention. You can just do, you know, if you're doing no harm to anyone else, you can live peacefully in the UK. But that is not everywhere, and we have to both protect what we have in the UK by maintaining that, and we have seen, you know, some issues around, you know, various small groups where there is disruption, and we have to stand up to it and use all the tools in our arsenal, one of which critically is a free journalistic system. And we must never underestimate the value, however much, to your point about the Indo-Pacific, it's a joy travelling as a minister across the Indo-Pacific where the media are really benign. They're polite, they tell you what they're going to ask you before they ask it, and if you're lucky, they'll probably let you check their workings before they publish it too. Now, yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? You get to definitely say what you wanted to say, nobody can twist your words, it's fantastic. But you know what, that's all wrong. In the UK and in Australia, those are the two, I think, toughest countries I'm in as a politician being asked questions and tested. That's quite right. And you know what, if they don't like what I say, they're okay saying that. And I'd much rather they said, we disagree with her, and we have a discussion, and they're okay, I'm okay with them disagreeing with me. What I'm fighting for is, however much I disagree with them, the freedom for them to be able to have that opinion publicly shared. That is the critical point. If you have that discourse and there is no threat to having a different opinion, that's freedom, that's democracy at work. And that's what we have to protect. So we have to be more resilient. In a democratic country, you have to be a bit thicker-skinned as a political leader to allow that to happen around you. I'm sure it might be easier to just disagree and shut down, but what that brings is tension. The beauty in the UK, and I see it every day, is that all this disruptive media noise means that everyone remains free to hold their values in our culture. And that is critically important. And as I chat to, Indo-Pacific journalists, I'm always encouraging them to, test and push their boundaries because, and it's a brave journalist in some countries that do that for that voice of freedom to be maintained. But in allowing that disruptive discourse, we dissipate threat and violence because everyone is genuinely allowed to hold their opinion.
Well, thank you for that. Ben Hodges, President Biden has called it a battle of democracy against autocracy. How do we win that battle?
We have to live up to our own talking points. I mean, I hear it all the time, like, hey, don't you lecture us, America, fix your own. That's how we win.
Thank you. So I'd like to invite you, the audience, to ask your questions. Please ask brief questions, identify yourself. I see a question there, the lady. You need a microphone. Can we get a microphone, please?
Hi, my name is Sarah Bonham from the Fletcher School, and I have a question about, we were discussing freedom today, and particularly how to maintain this level of disagreement that freedom allows us. And I'm wondering, because a lot of the more far-right and fascist elements in our democracies are using that as a platform to gain a voice and then erode this freedom, how can we support this disagreement and this promotion of freedom and democratic values while also kind of helping to disencourage the fascist elements from getting more ground? Thank you so much.
Would you like a particular member of the panel to answer it? Maybe Jerzy? Okay, Jerzy, maybe why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you. That's very good questions because that's what we are doing for the last 10 years. But saying and answering more strategically, indeed, we need to really put democracy support as equal important agenda for every democratic government. And that is about allocation of funds. That's about creating infrastructure and institutions. That is also not giving up on the major international infrastructure, I mean specifically UN system. If you look into UN system, saturation of documents with the word democracy, you will be surprised how rarely it appears. In SDGs that are currently still under performance, that it is not even mentioned once. So in the development goals. So that shows that for some kind of complacency, some kind of false inclusiveness, having non-democratic countries around the table, we, democracies, we decided not to speak about democracy because we're shy, because we don't want to push our agenda too strongly. That's wrong. It has to be extremely bold and demanding, and at the same time pushing out of the zone of comfort dictators in Egypt, in Azerbaijan, not only in Belarus and Russia, but in many other places in front of the UN system. And that is important because that is the beginning of the methodology that people from Maidan so nicely called at the time of 2013-14, that we will be changing Ukraine in using methodology of hamburger. So squeezing, so from the bottom up, it's a civil society, and from top down, international community. That is exactly the same methodology the democratic countries should approach. By supporting civil society, independent media, we are creating bottom-up demand awareness and certain political pressure. By stressing from the government level through political messaging extremely clear expectations that without democracy there will be no political talks, there will be no economic development packages, there will be all other cooperations, including security cooperation, then these two pressures will bring result. As simple as this.
We have a couple more questions. The gentleman with the microphone.
Christoph von Marschall from Tagesspiegel in Berlin. I would all of you ask to give me your assessment how big is the risk that the battle for Ukraine will be lost on the political side, because we can't maintain public support in our countries. Clearly the economic resources of the West are much bigger than Russia's, clearly even when we have problems with delivering weapons, but here as well, it's certainly not that the defense industry of the West is weaker than the Russian defense industry. So this is a risk, and we have seen that before, that if the political support is no longer there, then Western alliances can lose battles or wars.
Okay, I'd like to take a second question here on the right, please.
Thank you. Michael Benemou from the Martin Center. I have a question for all of you, especially for Mr. Yoshi. It felt neoconservative to me, saying that we should foster democracy in Turkey, for example. So what do you think of the war in Iraq in 2003? And don't you think we should focus on our democracy first? Thank you.
Okay, so we'll do a last round of answers. We're already running out of time. And Ben, why don't you start? Could the war in Ukraine be lost on the political level?
The only hope that Putin has is that we do quit supporting Ukraine. There are zero positive bright lights on the horizon for the Russians except that we quit. I mean, everything exactly as Christoph just said, all the advantages are now on our side, on Ukraine's side, but if we back away, if we lose interest or whatever, then it will be much more difficult. But I don't think Ukraine is ever going to stop. So it's just going to take a lot longer and be more deadly. That'll be on us.
Anne-Marie, maybe the last question, how about supporting democracy from the outside? What are the challenges in this?
So I think to both questions, the challenge is ours to succeed or fail on, to the General's earlier point, because it's in our interest to support the Ukrainians. And that's where it is for us, only we can set out, the Ukrainians are fighting for their own interests, for their country, for their democracy. We choose to help because we want to sustain ours. As I go around the world, the challenge is if we allow ourselves to step away from this conflict, we are saying we're not that bothered about democracy and freedom. That's what that says if we step away. And other malign actors elsewhere, in the Indo-Pacific or anywhere else who might appear, will be emboldened by that. So it is absolutely incumbent on every single political leader, every civic leader in every democratic country to be brave enough to say, this is important enough to me for my community that I will tell them why we're still going to keep doing this, even if we have to take a tiny bit of relative economic and perhaps disruptive pain to do that. It's for us to keep telling that story, and it's not because Ukrainian farmers deserve to be able to farm their land and their children to go to school. It's because if we allow Russia to gain that territory, Russia believes that its methods of autocratic government are the ones that win. Other countries will be emboldened, and that can affect everything that we take for granted in the UK and elsewhere today. So we have to keep making the case. It's our own fault if we don't.
Jerzy, brief last words.
Yes, I will answer both questions. starting with this small story of my own. A few years ago, when I was visiting Syrian refugee camps in Lebanon, it was a time when Aleppo was heavy bombed by Russian fighter jets, and the mother of two sons that I met among other people, she asked me, "Why you are bombing Aleppo?" I said, "We are not bombing, it's Russians." "No, you are bombing, you are doing nothing." That means she understood that this is external world that allows this and that bombs this. Her two sons are deprived from education, living in the camps, raised now, that time they were 14, 15, today probably they are about 20. If there is another ISIS, where they will be looking for new recruitees? Among them. So this is also answer about war in Iraq, where the ISIS started. So if you think that security of Germany will be preserved by building a wall and trying to end the war in Ukraine because there is no public support, the insecurity will come to you other way around, because we are not addressing the root cause of the problem. We are not addressing people's minds and hearts properly in every part of the world, including Russia.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you for listening to the panel. Thank you to the panelists for joining us on this important topic. And the next panel is already lined up. So I wish you a great day and great discussions here in Warsaw.
Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much to Anya for great moderation of the session. Great thoughts coming from it, and I think they could be summarized as we need leadership, we need statesmanship, and we need to be ready to address uncomfortable questions and to talk bluntly to our societies about the challenges that need to be addressed if we want to preserve democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now move to introduce the second panel of the day, which will be as exciting as the first one, if not more exciting. It is a discussion on modern societies in conflict, and it is a session that is in partnership with the Heinrich Böll Foundation. The session will be moderated by a great colleague and fantastic diplomatic correspondent of the BBC, Mr. James Landale. James, please join us, and the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everybody. You've got one session under your belt. Now it's your second, and then a bit of coffee. So stay with us. My name's James Landale, and I'm going to begin our session today with a quote. We should always have the lesson for the day, and it's this. Many forms of government have been tried and will be tried in this world of sin and woe. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all-wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. Now, you will all know who said that, Winston Churchill back in 1947. So that is our text for the day, and that is our subject, the state of democracy globally at the moment. And here to discuss that, I'm very glad to say that we're joined by a very expert panel, in no particular order, Cathy Ashton, Baroness Ashton, who many of you know because she's been on lots of panels already, but obviously the former EU High Representative and Vice President of the European Commission. Also Eva Maydell, who is a member of the European Parliament from Bulgaria. and also Barry Pavel, Vice President and Director of the RAND National Security Research Division. So welcome to you all, and welcome everybody here. So, Kathy, can I just begin with you? What is your assessment of the state of democracy at the moment? In rude health or ailing?
It's a really big question. And James, as you know, I think I would say three things. The first is that democracy is never finished. It's always a work in progress. So you have to measure it not just in terms of where it is, but where you want it to be. Secondly, what Winston Churchill said is still true. It is the best form of government, not least because when it works properly, you have the opportunity to get rid of governments as well as to vote them in. And I always say to people looking at elections, looking at democracy, you have to think about the fact that it means you get the chance to say, well, thank you very much, but goodbye. And that's essential. And then I think the third element is that democracy is not just about the things that you see, of which the most visible is an election. It's about all the things you don't see. It's about the way your society is organized and all of the underpinning things that happen, from the role of the judiciary to how political parties can operate to civil society and so on, and of course especially freedom of the media, that these things are part of it. But it's always a work in progress and it always needs to be nurtured.
Barry, the autocrats come back and they say, well, that's all very well, but democracies gave us the financial crash of 2008. Democracies gave us political uncertainty, let me put it that way, in the United States. Democracies give us weak coalition governments that struggle to stay in office, that are vulnerable. Democracy means short-termism, whereas autocrats, they say, are long-term, they're steady, the trains run on time, their economic growth record is looking better at the moment. How should Democrats respond to that argument?
Sure, and thank you. I guess I'd say, you know, we're messy, but we're adaptable. That's kind of the main point. So let me just kind of spend 3 minutes on my thinking. I mean, I think we're at the beginning of a new era of history. It's very clearly different from even 5 years ago and certainly 10 years ago. I'd say for the purposes of this discussion, there's sort of 3 main features. I could talk about 5, but for this discussion, obviously, we'll be in a series of crises, competition, and potential conflict among the great powers. That's number one. Number two, we have some new technologies. We've always had technology development, but there's some new ones that are going to be really very different. And I think, in particular, AI and biotech over the next 15, 20 years are going to make the internet look like it was a small change from the technologists that I speak with. And this will structurally change the meaning of human identity, how we relate to each other, how long we live, and a wide variety of implications. So it has direct roles for democracy. And then third, obviously, the means to disseminate information have been exponentially democratized. There's new opportunities here, which we should leverage more, but there's also a lot of new risks. And so kind of what should happen at the beginning of new eras of history? I think we should be coming up with new approaches. We should be creative. We should be coming up with new ideas. We are clearly in a global contest with China and Russia. When I say we, I mean those who share values that this forum is based on. And I think this is a time when we should be thinking really ambitiously. When Xi Jinping went to a state dinner in Moscow in February, and he was going back to his, Putin escorted him to his car. And Xi Jinping didn't know he was on camera, and he turned around to Putin and he said, if we work together, we can shape the next 100 years of global history. We need to be thinking that ambitiously. We need to be coming together across, you know, at least the 3 continents, the advanced democratic economies, and planning creatively. How do we work together more? How do we defend our values? How do we adapt our alliances based on our values? And so I think it's really important that this kind of forum, you know, be thinking about how do we strengthen our democracies based on the advantages of resilience and collaboration that we share.
Eva, can I just pick up on that last point? You're a member of the European Parliament, you know, a wide body of people for many, many different polities. How do democracies, within your perspective, cooperate at the moment, and how should they cooperate better in a way that Barry suggests?
Well, I can approach your question from my own domain. I work mainly on the technological arena in the European Parliament. What I see right now is that the conversation on tech, on AI chips, and a couple of other platforms, for example, very often happens in silos. So we try to regulate, or we try to approach tech companies, but we all do it in silos. And I would like to see some sort of a more coordinated way between democracies, between those that can trust each other, between those that can set the rules and the guardrails of how technological advancement will go ahead in the next couple of years. One could say that the G7 is currently working on those efforts, but I think the advancements are yet to be further clarified. They're a little bit slow, and I see there is still a competition, for example, in between European officials. Very often they say, well, we need to be faster and better than the US. Well, I think we both have to be, the EU and the US, better, faster, more efficient, more advanced than China, for example. But that's the sort of conversation that's not happening, actually.
Kathy, what about the experience of recent years where we've seen cooperation between democracies over COVID, the distribution of pharmaceuticals? We've also seen cooperation between countries, a pro-Ukraine alliance. Have democracies shown that they can be more long-term, that they can cooperate? I mean, you know, the criticism of the autocrats is always that the democracies, they can't show strategic patience. It could be argued they've shown some strategic patience since, you know, the invasion, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Will that continue? What's the track record?
Well, it's in the business of being an autocrat that you have to pretend that democracies don't work. But the reality is that if you take something like the European Union, it has been in existence now a long time, and it is about democracies coming together. You can argue about how perfect everything is or how perfect they are, but it is a strong alliance because it is about democracies working together. And it's also the basis of many of the ways that we've approached how we do strategic work to address long-term problems. It is about focusing on what is the best system of government and what does it mean to be a democratic country. So I think actually it's the opposite to what the autocrats say, that the resilience of countries is much more obvious in democracies which begin the process and keep going, and where they're able to share the values that underpin that democracy with each other. So alliances that come together as strong groups like the EU, like NATO, and so on, are like tankers at sea. They're big and heavy and deep, and they keep going, and they're hard to maneuver, but they will keep being at sea. They will resolve the issues, they will move forward. And the alliances that bring together the autocrats are much more likely to be buffeted around. They're like small yachts at sea. They're more likely to be swayed by events. They're not likely to have the support of the people who they claim to represent. So it's a very different phenomenon, but it is without question the way that we will start to resolve problems for the long term.
Excellent to have a nautical metaphor there. Before I bring Barry in, one thing I forgot to say at the beginning is I do want questions from you guys. So in a few minutes' time, I'll want hands, but I'll give you a few minutes to work out some really difficult questions that I haven't thought of. Barry, you wanted to come in?
On that question, which is a great one, I just have 2 points. One, kind of an anecdote. A Chinese friend of mine a couple years ago just said to me on the margins of a round table, he said, "You're very lucky in the United States and Europe." I said, "Why is that?" He said, "You refresh your approaches and policies every 4 years. We only refresh if someone hits us in the head with a 2x4. So that's interesting. But then I think the broader point is, let's go back to the beginning of COVID, say June 2020. You know, Europe and the United States were in really bad shape. China was touting its model, even though it covered up the deaths of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people, but didn't report on those. But, you know, China and to an extent Russia, where, you know, people were more worried about the model, the democratic model. And now look at where we are. You know, the problem, you know, China will never again achieve the kind of economic growth rate that it has enjoyed for decades. There's a consensus now that China is peaking, not growing. That the problems in front of Xi Jinping are multiplying, which is worrying, but it also, you know, the models are now flipped. Vladimir Putin is in danger of being unseated because of his unjustified and poorly run invasion, and the problems before the Chinese Communist Party are multiplying, whereas I think Europe and the United States, as we just heard, much stronger position. We have our problems. Don't look at Washington today. Yesterday was fine. No, we have our problems. We're messy, but I think this leads to the kind of resilience that democracies have, and in particular, because the world is spinning quickly, I think we can adjust through the nature of our processes more effectively. It doesn't mean we don't have problems and that we don't take them seriously, but I think if you look at the last 3 years, boy, is this a different situation than it was at the beginning of COVID.
Eva, what's your perspective on this from the technological point of view and the impact that technology, and particularly the growth of AI, is going to have on democracy? Because somebody was saying to me the other day that AI can mean so many things. It could make democracy harder, but equally it could make autocracy harder. You know, how can communist parties maintain control when there's an AI saying actually there's a different way of running affairs? So what is the technological perspective?
Yeah. Well, in my world, every conversation either starts with AI or ends with AI. But before we go on AI in particular, let me bring a few data points, because Kathy started speaking about how democracy can be measured. So the Open Society Foundation recently came up with a study that, with a survey that, in my opinion, has very disturbing numbers. So I want to bring some of those up now. So it says that 57% of people around the world between 18 and 35 think that democracy is preferred to any other form of government. Only 57% of the young generation, so to say. 35% believe of those that a powerful leader, the one that doesn't engage in elections, that doesn't engage in consultations, is again the preferred way of leadership. 42% support a military rule of those ones that were polled, and in comparison to 71% that would believe that democracy is the right form of government from the older generation. So what I'm trying to say is that these are, youngsters that would also be the ones that are way more tech savvy than my generation, than our generation here on the panel. And tech could be, yes, used for doctors to save lives, but it could also be used for starting a war. Disinformation, etc., etc. So for me is, how do we find a way to engage with those that don't believe, and that's a very big number in my opinion, the numbers are very worrying, to be able to use tech for doctors that would cure, and less so to start wars. So this is the real issue that we'll need to figure out when it comes to putting guardrails on tech, when we see how tech is being developed and utilized in our societies.
But is tech a threat or an opportunity for democracy? It's
both. It's just like a tool. Any tool. Be a knife, could be used to cut bread, and could be used to kill someone. So, but it's different because it spreads, it can spread information at an unprecedented level. You could produce information, you could produce malicious programs in a way that it hasn't been done before at a scale and a pace that is really unprecedented. If we speak about hybrid wars, you know, in some years ago, to have troll farms somewhere in Russia, you would need to recruit people that knew few languages, that had certain skills. Now you maybe need 1 or 2 people. You make it easier for those autocrats to have their business operational. So we have to think very, very carefully and be very unified as democracies of what our response will be. It cannot be everyone having sporadic legislation or a sporadic way of answering those threats. It has to be more unified, it has to be clearer in terms of guardrails and in terms of action. I think next year is a key year during which we might see an unprecedented level of disinformation, of deep fakes, and I'm not sure we are prepared enough with the right tools to address those threats.
Kathy, can I ask you I know, a slightly controversial question. Is it possible to separate democracy from Western liberal values? In other words, is it possible to have democracies that are majoritarian governments, that have the rule of law, but do not adhere to Western liberal values, freedoms to be who you want to be, to sleep with who you want to sleep with, and things like that?
So we keep adding the word Western, as if somehow if you don't live in the West, these values are not yours. The values are the same whoever you are, and they go hand in hand with the kind of society that you want to live in terms of your government and the way that you relate to power. If you take away the rights of people on some ground or another, then you have taken from that society the element of democracy that is critical, which is that everybody can participate. For human rights to apply, you simply have to be human. There is no other criteria. It's not about the West, it's not about making conditionality, it's not about any of that. So for me, it's not that we should call them Western liberal values as if somehow the word Western and liberal, I know you weren't doing this, you were deliberately using the phrase.
I was trying to provoke you.
You were trying to provoke. Because it's to suggest that somehow if you're a conservative you don't believe in the same things, or if you don't live in the West you don't believe in the same things. It's nonsense, and I would say it's fundamental to what democracy is. But it's not enough to just think of democracy in the context of the election that you will have. And you know, I describe it as elections being the cherry on the icing on the cake. They're critical, it's the best bit in a way, but without all of the other things that underpin that election, you don't really have democracy. If you don't know who you're voting for, if you don't get real choices, if you're not sure that when you cast your vote, it will be counted properly, if you're not sure if there was a problem, whether the police or the judges would be working for the democracy, if you're not sure that the newspapers have given you a fair summary, if you're not sure that in media and social media you're able to understand and interpret what's been given to you, if you're not sure whether the information in front of you is real or not, then you're not operating in a full democracy. And as I said at the beginning, the point is it's not finished. And one of the challenges is going to be technology, is going to be how we respond when we're trying to develop our democracies to the changes that have happened, because we have these new tools and we recognise that they will be used by some to subvert what we see as our democratic future.
So just to be clear, we should be concerned that there are some countries in Europe, I name no names, I name no locations, where media is curbed, a free judiciary is curbed in a way that some countries find concerning.
Absolutely. The point is, when you see governments elected in all over the world, what happens when leaders of countries want to become and remain in control is there are some things they do straight away. They make it harder for certain parts of the population to vote. They make it harder for people that oppose them to register. They make it more difficult for the media to operate. There is a sort of checklist that you can go through that can show you that there is a move, it may be quite small, but it's a move to take away some of the fundamental and core elements of democracy. And that's why you have to watch over it, guard it, and understand that it's not finished. Put very simplistically, it's not a straight line. Democracy wobbles all over the place. It does things we don't want it to do. It elects people we don't like. It does weird things. But the trajectory, the way forward, has to be continued. And we have to make sure that we stop the wobbling, or we move the wobbles back to a line where you can see it going forward, to make it as strong and secure as possible.
Right, it's your turn. Any questions from the audience? I think there are microphones. If you've got a microphone, can you stick your hand up? Let's go first to this gentleman here, then the lady at the back, and then we'll come here.
Hello? Okay, this is working. So we're asked to ask...
Can you just identify yourself, forgive me?
Sorry. I'm Nathan McMahon. I'm a graduate of the European Academy of Diplomacy, but I'm actually a scientist by trade. And I'm going to apologize initially because we were asked to ask hard questions, and I suspect that my question will come out as one of those. As a species, we evolved on the plains of Africa in tribes of maybe 100 people. This evolution led to certain behaviors which were useful back then. If something tastes sweet, it probably has a lot of calories, we can eat it, we'll survive.
We don't have too much time, so if you can get to the question. Thank you.
So basically, given that we evolved then, maybe there were aspects of tribal life where strongman behaviors were beneficial if you only had a small number of people, and democracies evolved to allow us to work beyond, say, the 100 people. If this ends up holding true and ends up being the case, once we understand this deeper, how would you say that we should approach this so that we're not fighting against so that we can fight against these behaviors encoded in our own DNA?
Who wants to take on that? The natural urge to follow a strong man or woman?
Oh, you have to understand what it is. That, of course, people want to feel that there is strong leadership. The problem is it gets interpreted into this, it's got to be A, a man, and B, they've got to be strong, which means they've got to ride, bareback on the back of a horse and show that they're really, terrific. Strength comes in all kinds of ways. And so leadership is really important. It's especially important at times of crisis and at times of need. But you look at what President Zelensky is doing. That's strong leadership, but it's a very particular kind. And it's never to be underestimated where you will find it and when it will appear.
There's a lady at the back row there.
Hi, Joanna van der Mave from the Center for European Policy Analysis. So my question really revolves around, each of you have mentioned, for instance, tools can be shaped to what we need them to be. We're wobbling, along a line, and obviously we need democracies adjust. But to adjust, you need to know what you're adjusting towards. There always has to be where the line is going to. What is the point on the horizon that we're trying to get to as democratic nations? Do we have that vision of what we want our societies to look like in 100, maybe 50 to 100 years, 100 years maybe too much? And are we able to articulate it if we do? Are we able to articulate it to the populations? Because right now with polarization, it appears that there are multiple visions that people have for what they want from their societies, and we have to be selling something. We're selling something as in foreign policy, but we're also, as representatives of the people, selling them ideas that we think would be best for society. So do we have that vision, and are we able to articulate it?
Do you want to have a go? Or?
I'll be happy to respond again from my own domain of tech and what I currently see where our deficiencies are when it comes to strategic vision and being able to see the bigger picture. What I see right now is that the way our legislative process works, in particular to emerging tech, new tech, and to the fast pace of tech that has moved in the past few years, which was a bit unexpected, I have to say. We see that the way we legislate is always doing some sort of a legislation that addresses a past pattern. And I'm not one that believes legislation is, the only means of planning and, predicting. But particularly on tech, we'll need to reinvent the way we currently put those guardrails. It seems like the way we used to do it until now was just about fixing something. It was not about putting the basis for some sort of a social contract with society that would govern tech, that would develop tech in a very new way, unimaginable until now. We are faced with something that hasn't happened before in the same pace. So I really think we need to have not just leadership, but some sort of innovative thinking of how to go about that in the long run. Because the way it's currently being done is just the same as it's always been done, and I don't think it's going to work.
Okay, let's go to this lady here.
Thank you very much. Katarzyna Cios, International Sustainable Development Research Society. And my question is regarding a little bit more global perspective of democracy, because usually when we talk about the democracy with other countries, not the Western countries, they sometimes treat it as an intervention into their internal affairs, especially if they are authoritarian countries. And my question is, what actually we should, when we talk about the promotion of democracy, what shall be first? Should it be sustainable development, and shall we focus on development issues, and then, build a society first based on the development perspective? Or it should be the democracy? And another question, shall we focus more on strong institutions and good governance in general, or shall we talk about democracy directly? What is the path, and how can we be more successful using a little bit different language, but actually focus on the same issues?
Kathy, do you want to go first and then Eva?
The answer is all of it, okay? It's not an either or. You need sustainable development, you need strong institutions, you need the underpinning, because democracy is about all the interwoven elements of a society that mean that you can walk down the street and know that the police service is working for you, that there's democratic control, that you're able to change governments, that you're able to be free, that you can have the ability to say what you want to say within reason, that you, whoever you are, whatever you look like, that this is your country, your society, and so on. It's all of that. And when you're building democracy, the most important thing is that you remember to build all of it and not just focus on one element. One of the things I saw a lot, particularly in what we call the Arab Spring, was countries desperate to get to elections, but unable to see that that was only going to be one part of building the democracy. And if people didn't know who to vote for, had only heard of one name, they weren't going to get the outcome that maybe would help build the democracy in the future. So it's everything.
I would just add one small point. I think it's a fantastic question. I have a sense, but I would welcome hearing thoughts either after or during here, that we don't kind of share ideas enough among the democracies. We don't sort of talk about what are the greatest risks that you're seeing, how are you handling them? Finland's great on handling disinformation, for example. My country's not a great listener, but I think we could, a lot of humility would go a long way. But I just don't think we collaborate, enough and structurally and frequently on the question of the strength of our democracies as we do on economies, trade, technology, military. So I think we need to kind of up our game a little bit and use the value of solidarity that we're now seeing across a number of areas.
Eva.
Just a sentence here. I agree with you, but maybe a bit of a different way of the way I think we need to be seeing democracy. I think we need to start a new type of conversation. The return of democracy, not as a platform of some sort of standard of living or how do we achieve consumer good, but we need to have the conversation of democracy as a value, full stop. And this is the conversation that we more and more rarely actually have.
Thank you. This gentleman here.
Yes, thank you, Michael Benamou from the Martin Center. You made me think of a movie by Stanley Kubrick, 2001 Space Odyssey. I think Kubrick shows that we're becoming a bit, with AI, less literate, less confident in ourselves, and so maybe less deserving of living in a democracy. What do you think of this? Thank you.
Who wants to take that one?
I like Kubrick and I love the movie, but we're not living in that. And I think it's important that we don't lose the self-confidence, which I think is your underlying point, and your fear that losing the self-confidence means we stop thinking about democracy and say, well, we'll have an autocrat instead because that would be a lot easier. Well, it wouldn't, would it? Because we look at autocrats across the world, the lives of people are not easier as a consequence of that. I think it goes back in a way to what Eva was saying about the open society figures on young people. And if you look underneath what the figures show us, and I've looked at the questions that were asked and how you can interpret them, is you start to see what worries young people, is that they're not sure, they're not convinced that this sort of thing we call democracy carries with it an ability to address all the problems that they worry about. And that will be AI, and it will be climate change, and it will be sustainability. And they sort of begin to wonder whether democracy is a value, as Eva says, or whether it's just a thing, or just a way of working. And I think we have to do much, much more, and this goes back to your point, about collaboration and also discussion about what it means and why it matters.
We've got time for one last question, I'm afraid. This gentleman here has been very patient. Oh, no, this one here. He's very patient too, but I'm afraid he's missed the cut.
Good morning. Vishal Amin. I'm the head of cybersecurity for all of Microsoft Federal. Thanks for being here. On the topic of AI, really quick, we talk about 5 principles at Microsoft. One of them is being the private-public sector partnership as being a very strong foothold in innovation. What is your take, or anyone's take, on the responsibilities of private sector organizations like Microsoft or others in our work with the federal governments worldwide as you shape how we are looking at democracy and how we are putting the guardrails on our investments like AI, in our case, ChatGPT-4 and others?
Briefly, I spoke earlier of how we need to redesign the way we legislate. And one of the points there, to be more concrete, is the way we interact with private sector companies. I think the US has a very different way of doing that. In the EU, it's not very clear, our interaction, member states or within Brussels. What I'm trying to say is that we kind of have to, that new way of doing things is we need to work closely. There's no way we could develop the right sort of guardrails if we do not work closely. But in the same time, I think we both have a responsibility in that social contract. It's not just about governments. It is even more so about the companies that are developing those technologies. And I think this is where companies need to understand that it goes beyond complying with the legislation. And I have had many conversations with tech leaders, and my feeling is that we're not there yet. Companies would need to assume their societal responsibility, and governments and legislators will need to find a way of how to more effectively engage, to develop guardrails, but also to win the trust of societies.
Fantastic. I'm afraid that's all we've got time for. Great panel. Thank you very much indeed to all three of you. Fascinating discussion. I think we've only just scratched a small part of the surface where it comes to AI and democracy, but we've also heard a fairly ringing, I think, agreement that democracy needs to be a little bit more self-confident and needs to go out there and remake its case, not just from a practical point of view, but also from a values point of view. So thank you very much for participating, and thank you very much to the panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think next year we need to get a bigger room. It's incredible the interest we're having of those sessions. So I'm welcoming everybody who's joining us now. I have a great pleasure to introduce the next session, which will be very interesting, particularly when we've just discussed societies in conflict and the value of democracy. But who's fueling it? And how do we prevent it? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next session is the impact of Russian and Chinese disinformation on our societies. And it will be moderated by an incredible woman, a fantastic journalist and a great news anchor and a friend, Kasia Madera from BBC World News. Kasia, please join us on the stage.
Honestly, after that introduction, I'm blushing. Marcin, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to, again, a very critical session on disinformation being spread by China and Russia. We've got a very esteemed panel, people on the front line, people counteracting, and people who just really want to get their message across in terms of what we can do to counter Chinese and Russian disinformation. Welcome to my panel. So, without further ado, we're going to focus on lots of different things, and I will take lots of questions, so please do put your arms up and put your hands up and grab a microphone and start thinking about what you want to ask. But we're here to talk about the impact of Russian and Chinese disinformation on our societies, whether societies genuinely understand what it is, what various governments, what organizations like the EU and NATO are doing to counteract it, and of course, countries that are very much on the front line, which leads me to introduce my esteemed panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Xu Xinxiu, the Deputy Secretary General of National Security Council of Taiwan. Welcome. We're also joined, please, absolutely. We're also joined by Dr. Nadia Kowalczykova, a senior analyst at the Transnational Security EU Institute for Security Studies, joining us from France. Welcome. Marie-Dora Benanceno, Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy at NATO. Welcome. And also Reinhard Bütikofer, member of the European Parliament for Germany. My panel. So without further ado, I do want to start with Taiwan, because arguably it is very much on the front line in terms of Chinese disinformation. And as we were talking outside, you were telling us about some just absolutely extraordinary examples of how brazen China has been.
Yes, let me just raise a few of them. First of all, before I tell the stories, there are basically two main purposes of China's, I won't call it disinformation, it's a more broader manipulation. Usually we call it cognitive warfare. So mainly there are two purposes. First of all, is to discredit the democratically elected government in Taiwan, and also, if they can, also discredit our democratic system. The second is to drive a wedge between US and Taiwan, especially on the security cooperation. So let me share with you, let's say, two stories. First, in one of the mainstream newspaper in Taiwan, on the headlines, they report that the US government is forcing Taiwanese government to establish P4 laboratories for creating biological weaponry. Does that ring a bell? I think that story has been told also in Ukraine, also in South Korea earlier. And that story was repeatedly reported, but that's a totally fake one. And our government, including the presidential office, our Ministry of National Defense, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, all came out to rebut that. And our government asked the newspaper to take that story down, but they rejected. So that's the first story. And the second story is, oh, by the way, after that story was told, reported by our newspaper, some of Chinese social media accounts actually was, they represent the official platform, also repeat that story. The second story is, you all understand that US has been selling us a lot of defense weapon. So there is this item called the Volcano. It's a landmine deployment system. And once that sale was announced by the US government, the opposition, as well as the Chinese media, they're reporting that US is trying to deploy mines around Taiwan, near the household of our society, jeopardizing our citizens' lives and property. So, so this is another very pleasant story, as you mentioned. Although our government has come out to deny that, but they keep repeating the same story. So two things they do. First of all, as I mentioned, they repeat the lie again and again. The second, it's not only disinformation, it's a framing of our cognition. If they do that successfully before our government say anything, they'll be able to frame the way that people perceive certain issue. And that's even more powerful than disinformation. Yes.
So really tangible examples of the reality of what's going on. And it's fascinating you talking about this as cognitive warfare. Marie Doha, when NATO had its strategic concept agreed, a 10-year event in Madrid, you spoke about China as being a challenge. Russia was finally described as a threat. Did you go far enough? Arguably, NATO doesn't go far enough in acknowledging what is happening on the front line in places like Taiwan.
Thank you for mentioning the strategic concept. It was the first one in a decade. And indeed, one of the major novelty was talking about China. So Russia is still recognized as the main threat, but China makes an appearance. And what is being described there is hybrid threats, tactics, ambiguity in the ambitions, which directly pose a threat to a world rules-based order. One step further was taken this summer at the Vilnius summit. If you read the communiqué, it's very impressive. You have more than 10 mentions of disinformation or misinformation, or even more if you count hybrid threats. You have whole paragraphs, and if you have it, it's a very interesting read, paragraph 64, where it really details, it shows recognition of what these tactics of disinformation do, what they target, and this includes economic threats, our industries, our societies, and so on. So I think there's been a very clear recognition that we are no longer in a world where we can rely on the free play of opinions. It's no longer a matter of, are we good at telling our story in a nice way? We are recognizing the fact that we are facing targeting mechanisms, which are directly derived by digital marketing, and really shaping and targeting our audiences. So how do we respond to this? There are many ways to do it, and Nadia next to me will also testify to the fact that NATO and the EU are working very closely on this. And then there's also an explicit encouragement in the Vilnius communique, again, for different allies to invest in tools to, first of all, analyze this disinformation, be able to call it when they see it, which is what NATO does. So, for example, on my team, we have invested, the allies have invested and giving us that mandate too, to analyze this disinformation, see where it comes from, see how it travels, see at what point we decide we need to debunk it, and use it to shape our political messaging so that it's relevant to our audiences. So this is a huge addition to what we've had forever, which is opinion polls, audience research. This is very new because it enables us to react faster and to measure that disinformation. So whether there's a disinformation peak suddenly or not.
So it's about working collaboratively. And Nadia, I will come to you in a moment because it's fascinating to know how the NATO is supporting the EU and how EU are properly tracking it. But before we do that, Reinhard, if the EU and NATO are working together, is it your perception that China and Russia are working together?
Indeed. I don't think we should fall into the trap of assuming that these are two basically separate actors. There's an alliance based on shared grievance and common geopolitical goals, and any idea of peeling one off the other side is just mistaken. And you see that, for instance, looking at how they try to frame the narrative about the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. And they do this, and I think this is important, not just on our domestic front. They also do it on an international front. And I would buy into the term cognitive war that Dr. Xi used. In the case of Europe, I think there are three goals. For festering divisions in our societies should be exploited. Europe should be sort of alienated from the transatlantic partnership, and the countries of the global south should be turned into a resource for China against the so-called collective West. And I think we have to take into account all three of those dimensions, and cognitive warfare is a right term because it's not just individual examples of spreading lies. They're trying to own the language. For instance, they accuse us of Cold War mentality. What does that imply? A lot of people in Washington or in Brussels adopt that language. I think that's a stupid mistake, frankly. Because when they say you have a Cold War mentality, what they try to tag us with is the identification with a past that nobody has fond memories of. You stand for the past, for a bad past. We stand for the future. Similarly, when they talk about multilateralism, they use the term that we think we understand. But what they mean when they say multilateralism is talk until China is happy. And I think we have to dig much deeper also into defending the terms which we use and not falling into such traps.
So they're repeating the narrative. It almost sounds like gaslighting, doesn't it, when you're talking about isolating pockets of the world so that they have more of a control over it, which then, Nadia, leads us to you, the EU, in tandem, supporting NATO, working together, I guess, reflecting what NATO is also trying to do. But you have spotted a deliberate pattern of behavior when it comes to the disinformation, misinformation, cognitive warfare, whatever you want to call it, how it actually manifests itself.
Yes, and me and many other, also the whole of society approach, researchers, institutions, governments, and what is actually happening at the EU side is trying to create a framework of understanding to foster collective, systematic response, but also being able to be more proactive when we know what we are actually acting against or for, or what are we addressing. So one of the recent reports of the European External Action Service, for example, classified the objectives of so-called hostile or malign actors that are trying to disseminate manipulated information into so-called 5D model. So what are these 5Ds? It's these actors are trying to dismiss, to dismay, to divide, to distort, and to distract. What I found interesting is when we go to a little bit more deeper analysis of looking at specific incidents, specific narratives that are being spread, to compare which of these objectives resonate or are used more by which actor. And when we look at Russia and China, what I found interesting during the most recent war of aggression against Ukraine by Russia is that, for example, the objective and also the tactic of dismay, of threat, of creating fear is bigger than by China during this current incident, this current situation. But we also remember that, for example, during the COVID pandemic, China used very much also certain of these objectives much more than Russia did at that time. So always putting things in the context really makes sense, and showing the concrete examples of how the narratives on food security, or reminding the grievances, or trying to polarize the society on different fronts of current divisive topics within that society, how does that really resonate in the context of the events that are happening? But these frameworks of 5D shows and helps us to classify it very clearly, and then have a comparative perspective and track it in time so we can better assess it, and then be better prepared and plan and perhaps even proactively address these threats in the future. Because we see that this is a repetitive pattern. Many of the narratives, they come back. They are not really invented from the scratch. They are just kind of repackaged. A lot of these efforts are building on each other. I fully agree. We can see how during the current situation of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, there has been amplification of each other's narratives by state-linked media, or we can call it media or outlets, because not many of them are really classified as media, influencers. How is there cooperation between influencers in China and Russia, or influencers by Russia or China with the state media enterprise, etc. So there is a lot of mutually reinforcing effort ongoing.
So can I just pick you up on that point then? These influencers, wherever this comes from, they have platforms. Facebook, Twitter, other X, whatever it's called, other platforms are available. Are you in contact then with Meta, are you in communication with them?
So,
are they open to your concerns?
So there is, I think, a lot of communication cooperation. We see that the Digital Services Act, as a regulation of the EU, has been, of course, established after a lot of discussion with the Meta, Twitter, Google, who are the signatories of the Code of Practice on Disinformation. There are more signatories even now. Before, there were only these major platforms. Now there are advertising companies as well, and many other signatories than before. So there is a communication, there is increased also pressure, I would say, on making these platforms and tech companies more accountable for enabling distribution of these narratives, but also requesting to provide more information so we can regulate better at the EU level or national level. So of course there is a lot of discussion, not only about providing information, but also accountability and potential regulation.
But it feels frustrating, and I will come to all of you in just a moment, and please start getting your questions in as well. Just raise your hands, find a microphone. But just, Xu Shen, you were talking about, your newspapers are still repeating the headlines. You've asked them to take them down, and yet 2 days later, those headlines are still up there, even though it's a cognitive warfare, misinformation, it's not accurate. It feels like a list of signatory countries, it just feels like really inadequate given what the realities are and how damaging it is.
Well, there is, of course, in all our democratic society, this freedom of speech, and it's very difficult for the government to infringe upon citizens and media's freedom of speech, especially in the season of political campaign. We are going to have an election early next year in January. the government doesn't want to fall into the trap that we are, stopping citizens from criticizing the government. So to deal with that challenge, a better strategy will be to promote our own narratives, more convincing narratives, and more persuasive, and that can be espoused by more population in our country.
Is that not manipulation, though, in itself?
No, it's a competition. It's a competition of narratives. That is what we have to do in the free society. We have to compete them. We have to overwhelm them by our more powerful, more forceful narratives. That is, we don't have other choice, because we cannot just infringe upon people's freedom of speech. Although, to be honest, if we bring these cases to the court, usually they are very good in playing on the fringe, that it's very hard to get real hard evidence for them to really to have a case against them. So the better strategy is that we outcompete them with our narratives, and if possible, we do that in advance. We preempt them. If we can predict, for example, we are going to have an election, and you predict that during the election they'll come up with certain narratives, you preempt their narratives with our narratives. Another example is our president and vice president conducted transit through U.S. when they visit our allies, and we predict that opposition and Beijing will come up with certain narrative that accusing we as the troublemaker. So we come up with narrative in advance that they were going to do so, and that's exactly what they did. So if we let the media know that they are going to do that, in reality, their narrative won't be echoed too much.
Reinhard, I'm going to come to you, but I'm going to take a question from that lady, and then we're going to bring in your answer. The lady with the microphone looking, yes.
Hi, Joanna von der Merwe. I'm here with the Center for European Policy Analysis, but I'm also the Manager of Innovation Strategy and Policy at Leiden University. And my question around this is, if we're talking about cognitive warfare, we're talking about information that's processed in each individual's mind. My question is have we over-securitized this issue and therefore stopped ourselves from being able to build true resiliency? The reason I say this is one of the ways we build resiliency of individuals, of our populations, is through education, because it's how they process the information. Yet our education sector is really struggling. The teachers are struggling. You see schools shutting down, and that's everywhere. That's everywhere in the European Union. That's everywhere in the US. So have we over-securitized this issue and therefore kind of directed the funding towards the defense and security actors when we could have actually given more funding to the education sector and built resiliency through the minds of our young people, all the way from when they come from kindergarten to university levels? Have we kind of, by over-securitizing it, kneecapped ourselves?
So Reinhard, you're an elected representative. Have we put the money in the wrong place?
We could learn a lesson in that regard from what Taiwan does. Because in addition to what Dr. Xu already explained, they stand out for having a very vibrant civil society infrastructure battling in that field. You have Doublethink Lab, you have AI Lab, and many other organizations, and they can address citizens that are the target audience of such information manipulation that may not trust the government. That's, in many of our countries, a real issue, that some of the targets, the target audiences, have a grudge against the government just in very general terms. So if the government pushes back, it's not too much avail. But if civil society groups can do that, and if they are supported in their, and I would call that a kind of an educational effort, if they cooperate well, like they do with the digital ministry in Taiwan under the leadership of Audrey Tang, then I think that can be very powerful.
Yeah, but you're then putting the onus on civil society groups. What about the governments? What are elected politicians doing? Sorry to play devil's advocate, but you know.
Well, I could give you a long...
No.
No?
No.
Short?
No.
Short?
Yes.
Short explanation about what we have been doing in the European Parliament with an extra committee looking into how we can come up with strategies to counter that. That has been very helpful for the member states' governments and for the European institutions. So we're doing our work, but what I want to insist upon is it's not just the politicians' responsibility, it's all of society.
All of society. There's a lady there with a microphone. Then if we can get the microphone to the gentleman here and somebody here as well. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Aleksandra Wojtowicz. I work as a disinformation analyst in NASK, the Polish Research Institute. I am also a member of Club Albach Poland. I have two quick questions. One regards the time of the reaction, because we all know that it is crucial to counter disinformation for the reaction to be very quick and thorough. So I was wondering, how can we assure that happening with the use of new technologies or anyhow? Then the other question that is crucial, I think, especially now in Poland, is election disinformation. So I was wondering, what are your takes on how should we fight that? How should we counter that? And also, what are the differences between the normal, the daily disinformation and the election one that can trigger so many processes and affect sometimes maybe even the election results? Thank you. And
thank you. We had Dr. Xu Xian talking a little bit about the election and the counter reactions that Taiwan are implementing, but let's pick up on, I like the idea of this timing question. Marie Doha, timing is critical in terms of once something gets out there, timing's critical. How does NATO, you've got all these committees and groups and people talking about it. What are you actually doing in order to counter it?
No, that's a great question, because drawing on the previous question on education, of course education is part of the answer, and it's a long-term process, and it really matters that both happen at the same time. But on the other hand, drawing on what we said earlier, because there's such a shift in technologies, and we need to be faster in doing this and counter disinformation when we see it rising before it hits the headlines in our countries and it's impossible to take it down, as Dr. Xu described. So yes, so I would say we work on both levels. First, media literacy, of course, engaging with civil society, engaging with journalists, engaging with influencers who can actually share info very fast. And have their own campaigns. And then we can also debunk. So there are different ways of debunking. You can have very institutional pages setting the record straight, what NATO does, what NATO doesn't, and we do that. But I agree with you, time is of the essence in there. So what we can do is also preempt narratives, and what Dr. Xu described, we do it also very concretely. For example, 2022, we knew that our nuclear exercise was going to be criticized and to raise fear about what we're doing, describing it as reckless or last-minute info. So what we did in 2022 is announce it in advance, say, this has been a plan for a long time, this will happen this month, and increasing the transparency around it. Historically, it has not been the case. NATO didn't really communicate around the nuclear exercise. This time we did, and we will do the same again around Steadfast Noon this year. And of course, the last thing we can do, and then it brings me back to what the EU is doing, and I don't think I can stress that enough, it's working with the platforms, as you say, because they see this info when they see it. They see what we call inauthentic coordinated behavior, that is, inauthentic use of their own services when they see it. They do see it, and that's really important, what the EU regulation has done recently, because it's making them accountable for this, saying if you see this inauthentic behavior of your own services, call it what it is, take down the accounts, and do more of that. And what we see is that it's happening, and maybe the best example I like to quote, because it's a super recent one, Meta published just last month, August 29th, a big report describing a large Chinese campaign. So, of course, they focus on Meta, but it also applies to Instagram and all the other accounts. They discovered that almost 8,000 accounts were working simultaneously, creating a network, pushing the same disinfo at the same time, as well as 1,000 pages. And all it took was identify it, take it down, dismantle those networks. And of course, they describe this as something that's been ongoing since 2018. Why wasn't that done earlier? So these are the questions that the EU is now raising, and also asking them as citizens and corporate actors to react.
So it sounds like it's about transparency and having it, engaging everybody in that conversation. We'll react to that in a moment, but just let's get the question from this gentleman here in the front, and then if we can get the microphone to this gentleman here.
Thank you. My name is Ilya Vityuk. I'm from Ukraine. I'm head of cyber department of Security Service of Ukraine, and we are actually responsible for countering disinformation, malign disinformation campaigns stemmed from Russia, because we understand who is in charge in Russia, and these are special services, FSB, GRU, SVR, and they are actually in charge of these campaigns. The narratives and topics are probably all the same that you mentioned, our honorable colleague from Taiwan. They try to undermine the trust to our government. They were speaking about biological laboratories, about us creating a dirty bomb, and other stuff like that. Apart from that, there was a narrative that we have a conflict between our president and our commander-in-chief, General Zaluzhny, and that can cause very, very big problems. So, of course, we use all the same methods mentioned, so battle of narratives, to be proactive, to understand how they convey this information, what are the sources of the information, what are the bloggers, leaders of public opinion recruited. However, there are some problems. And this was about inauthentic behavior, about fake accounts. So since the beginning of the war, we disrupted around 75 bot and troll farms in Ukraine with a capacity of around 3 million accounts, fake accounts, that Russia was using in their disinformation campaigns. So what does it mean? Usually it's Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and you understand that these are as if subscribers, they are as if commenting something, they are as if watching videos, supporting something, and it leads to disastrous effect. Because sometimes they speak about things not so ridiculous, so not about nuclear bomb, but about about corruption, or about some problems within the society that actually exist, but maybe they are not that important, but they try to scale it up. And very often, if to say about our coordination, our cooperation with social media platforms like Meta, like Google or Alphabet and others, maybe I'll be harsh, but it doesn't work. So we cannot wait for the reports in a month or 2 months. We need to be disruptive right away, because the war is going on and it's very, very dangerous for our people. So, and we have no mechanism for that, because there are no representation of these companies in Ukraine. They have no compliance. We write letters to them, and usually these letters are reviewed by bots, meta bots, so they see whether there's pornography, whether there's terrorism, or whether there's inauthentic behavior, but they change these algorithms, and the special services, they also understand how these algorithms works, so they constantly adjusting. So here the question is, how do you think, how can we be more agile in countering these issues? How can we, well, I don't know if force or work with this social media platform to make them be more proactive and more robust?
I've got to say, it's fantastic that you're in this room. There are Google representatives in this building. I would love to be in the room when you're having a conversation with them. Just before we put that to you, Dr. Nadia, in terms of the conversations, these guys can't get communication with the platforms. But just going back to you, sir, 75 bot and troll farms in Ukraine. What were they doing? What were they?
So there were people...
Briefly, if you would, I'm sorry to ask that.
So there were people recruited by Russians, and they had the mission to start bot and troll farm. And you know that today you don't need to use like 1,000 people writing something. You can have specific algorithms and software that you can use, so you can have like a couple of people writing narratives, and they can even respond in comments, and then they can automatically watch videos on YouTube, for instance. So when you see that there's a YouTube channel with 1 million subscribers, and each video gets like 800,000 views, it means that it's popular and it means something in the society, and people start to believe that that's something actually happening. So this is the idea. So they constantly create these troll and bot farms, and then they say you need to disseminate these or that narratives. And that's how it works.
So the immediacy, right? That's a lived experience, the immediacy. Dr. Nadia, it makes the signatories, no matter how many of them are, of this code of conduct, it just seems a little bit redundant, doesn't it? If these guys can't even get in touch with the signatories of that code of conduct, what's the point of it? Sorry to press you on this, but it just feels, you can sense the frustration in his question.
The point is to have more measures than less. As it was mentioned, it's not about either education or looking at it from security and defense perspective. It's about really having this more 360 degrees approach, this whole of society. We should and we continue to try to address it through so many different ways and levels as we possibly can think of at the moment, because the signatories, we also see they sign, and then we see that Twitter or X then has left the code of the code of practice on disinformation as a signatory. So then there are more than enter, etc. But the point is to get from this self-regulatory to more co-regulatory frameworks, to have more also regulatory measures where you can, while protecting the freedom of speech at the same time. But it's not one or the other measure, it's really trying to address it and put the pressure on various actors. Like there is this ABCDE model also by EU. It's looking at the actors, but also at the behavior, at the content, at the degree of dissemination, but also the effect. And when we are able to collect this information in a systematic, longer-term effort, so we see some of these things were happening in 2018, 2014, when Crimea was illegally annexed, etc. But when you collect all the evidence throughout the years, and then you say, look, in these last 10 years, this is the amount that happened, your power to push the actors that may be more accountable also increases. So I think these efforts, and it's very unfortunate to see when there are the actors as the social media companies and people address them, ask for help during the war, and they are not responsible. They should be, right? But we also have to be realistic that there are thousands and millions of these narratives being spread and the trolls farms being created all the time because Russia really invests a lot of money into this strategy of the hybrid warfare. So on one hand, I understand that there is not only one way or the other to address it, and it shouldn't be, and that's why we are trying to have this whole of society approach developed and deepened more. We also have to be realistic that this takes time. Legislation takes time, developing these tools takes time, also understanding all of it and connecting the dots takes time. But it's not an excuse to not be able to react or not want to react more rapidly or proactively or preemptively. But it's also what we are working with at the moment, at least, finally, at this point, in a few years, we are actually doing much more than 10 years ago.
And I guess, I bet he's going to say time is something that they don't have, but thank you for a comprehensive answer. Gentleman in the corner there, yes.
Hi, Will Roberts. Very quick question. I was just, I'm very interested in the kind of practicalities. I think monitoring disinformation is pretty well covered. At Zing, we work with 40 civil society organizations tracking disinformation. It's pretty well covered by civil society. So I'm very much interested in what you're going to do about it. So I was wondering whether any of the panelists have any really practical case studies or examples of where they think disinformation or cognitive warfare has been successfully countered. Thank you.
Shall we go to you? Because arguably you've given such great practical examples.
Yeah, they did have some successful maneuver on the cognitive warfare. When I said that we can preempt, these are more easily applied for cases that we can predict something is going to happen. You have some specific event on your political calendar. Whereas if you don't, for example, I mean, the election campaign is a prolonged process. So this is first, when you don't have a specific agenda, some specific event on your political calendar. Second, we are more vulnerable when it has to do with our domestic issue. And they utilize that, the existing domestic division or social contention. They enlarge that, they twist it, and then it will be very easy for their propaganda to be echoed by what we call local collaborators. And sometimes these are unintended collaborators. It just happened that they share the same view, especially criticizing our government. So these are the most our vulnerable spots, and on those issues, they linked the domestic issue and discrediting of our government with, for example, our government's relationship with allies, with US and with other Western countries, and enlarge that. So they start from the domestic issue and direct to the division of our relationship with allies. That's the way usually they can most successfully manipulate. But having said that, let me respond to the previous question. There are several cases that some of the big tech platform companies are working with our government. I won't name the name, but there are at least 2 to 3 of these big companies. They are in constant communication with our government, both on the strategic and operational level, in combating some of the fake accounts. Both sides, we work on collecting the evidence. Whenever we have good evidence, we present to them. Especially for our upcoming election, some of the companies established a war room for us. Although actually there's real war in Ukraine. They should establish a war room for Ukraine too. And they screen the evidence we present to them. When they think it's credible, they'll take down some of the fake accounts. There's also another methodology I want to remind that China is very good. Excuse me. China is very good at boosting the sum up of some of the accounts, not because that they're spreading specific narratives that Beijing prefers, but during the peacetime, they're spreading some perspectives that has nothing to do with politics, but very popular. And when these accounts become more popular, then gradually direct them to come up with narratives that they prefer. So this is, you know, cultivating some specific accounts, and sometimes unintentionally they become their proxy. There's nothing illegal over there, so we have to also be very careful about this kind of tactics.
Thank you. I do want to come to you, but there's just one last question from the lady, and then we'll bring you in to reply to that. The woman in the back, yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Anastasia Romaniuk, and I'm digital platform analyst from Civil Network Opora. And here, during our conversation, when we were mentioning the digital platforms who mostly collaborate with governments and non-governmental institutions in context of combating disinformation, but for example, in Ukraine, where we, as never before, need the quickest response and counteraction towards disinformation, which can have really dramatic consequences very quickly in real life. We have a situation with dramatically changed media landscape where, for example, the platform Telegram is the main platform for media consumption of Ukrainians, and where the most of, for example, channels are anonymous, and which is fruitful ground, first of all, to plant this disinformative messages where they can spread towards more legitimate sources on the one hand, and on the other hand, for example, in Ukraine, this Telegram is the only one platform which we legally share with Russians, for example, and where, according to our research, they use as one of the main platforms to communicate and to spread their propaganda on the occupied territories and establish informational occupation as well to accompany the physical occupation of Ukrainian territories. And here we are in front of the challenge how to counteract, first of all, on such a decentralized platform, second of all, of mostly anonymous platform, which have risen such a popularity in Ukraine, and you cannot just ban it because you just cannot stop this train from moving.
Okay, well, let's put that question, sorry to interrupt, because we've literally got 1 minute and I've got someone shouting in my ear. Marie Doha, so how do you've a tangible question there.
I can answer that. And thank you for mentioning Telegram, because that's a very good example of what we're learning to do, and I can share that NATO does cover Telegram. So we're working with the different tools that we have to make them include platforms which were previously not included. And of course, it's completely relevant for if you want to monitor Russian-speaking audiences, you need to have Telegram covered. So we do that. And so that answers your question on monitoring. We are getting better and better on this. But then both of your questions on how do we react, I think for an organization organization like NATO, one of the possibilities that we have and that we have been using ever since Russia's invasion of Ukraine is really declassifying intelligence, gaining speed. When you see something happening, having all allies agree on the fact that, call it, just say what we're seeing, and this kills all the counter narratives that would have happened. So, of course, we do it increasingly. We've been doing it in the past 2 years. So, yeah.
I think the final word is it's urgency and it's transparency. If there's anything you're going to take away from that today, that is ultimately it. My esteemed panel, apologies, we're out of time, but do grab them after the sessions, ask them more questions. Dr. Xu Shen-Xu, representing Taiwan, thank you so much. Dr. Nadia Kovalchikova, representing the EU. Marie-Dora Benanceno from NATO. And, of course, Reinhard Bütikofer, our MEP from Germany. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is an incredible crowd here. If we can get the space for the next session, please. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you very much, Kasia, for moderating a great session. A lot of interest in the room, obviously, in how we counter Russian disinformation and Chinese disinformation campaigns. Ladies and gentlemen, our track continues. We have another panel prepared for you with some great speakers and a fabulous moderator. It is a panel on global challenges, global coalitions, how the collective West can build partnerships in foreign policy. How do we cross the lines between the barriers we have between us and try to come together jointly and fight for common causes. It is a session in partnership with the Wilfred Martens Center, and it will be moderated by Anna Nalivayko, who's a senior project manager at the center. And Anna, I would like to invite you to the stage to introduce your guests. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this high-level panel conversation. I'm Anna Nalivayko, and it is my great privilege to be the moderator today to this distinguished panel that I will proceed to introduce. On the far left side, we have Dritana Bazovic, Prime Minister of Montenegro. Welcome. Then in the middle, we have Ambassador Stefan Dion, Canada's Special Envoy to the EU. Welcome, Ambassador. And close to me, we have Mr. Stephen Doughty, Member of Parliament, Shadow Minister for Europe,
North America, and UK overseas territory from the United Kingdom. Thank you for being here. So the topic of our discussion today is global challenges, global coalitions, how the collective West can build partnerships in foreign policy. So let us start with defining the global challenges that we are facing today. Prime Minister Abazovic, would you like to start? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. It's my great pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation. Talking about geopolitics today and the challenges of how we can build some coalition, West coalition, I think that this is the extremely important moment for the Europe. I am so happy to see also our friends from Canada and from other parts of the world, but for the Europe, this is the crucial moment. And from my point of view, I'm coming from one small country in the Balkans. But if we don't use this momentum to build some stronger coalition in the context of protecting of principle and universal values, I think that we will be in the very big problems in the next period. Today we have the situation when Russia Federation make aggression on Ukraine. Tomorrow, same things can happen in Western Balkans. So people in Ukraine are not protecting themselves, they protecting the rights of all of us to choose the way of living. And from my point of view, I will just be very concrete. I think that EU should revive the enlargement process. If EU want to stay attractive for the new members, if want to stay attractive in the context of this, what you say, the global coalition, because we should think about third sides, if we want to have more protection and more feeling of security and safety in the context of Russia Federation, tomorrow China, or another global players, I think that EU should come to that decision to make the enlargement process alive again. Because in the previous period we lost Great Britain, like a member of EU. Good decision or bad decision, I think that it was a bad decision, but what can we do? We appreciate and respect, but now is the moment to make some bigger coalition. I want to underline some things which maybe you don't know and they are important in the context of my country, but have some global message. Today, Montenegro, small country, small Montenegro, is the country which have, if you compare the size of population, the most refugees from Ukraine in the world. 5% of our population are Ukrainian. Everybody feels safe and secure in our country, and we are so proud on that. Montenegro, small Montenegro, provide 14–50% of the defense budget for supporting of Ukraine. If every European country provides the same percentage, the war will be over in 2–3 weeks. So always when we can talk about the supporting of somebody, we need to looking on own home, on own garden, and to see what we can do to have this to be more functional. From my point of view, we have the increasing of some important states around the globe. India, Saudi Arabia, also some African countries, also some countries in South America. For the Europe, it's very important to make the bridges, But to make the bridges before we start to make the good cooperation with some countries which now growing and making a good job, okay, this is good, this is multipolar world. I think that we need more unity and solidarity inside of European continent. And this is my message for this first intervention. It's that we need enlargement in Western Balkans, and of course to keep door open for all another European countries, including Ukraine, which want to be part of the European Union, and in that sense to provide more security and more safety. If we don't do that, we will give the opportunity for the impact of Russia, for the impact of China, for the maybe impact of some third sides, and in the end of the day, That will be the question of not only security of countries who are in this moment have candidate status but they are not in EU, but it will be the big problem for the countries who are inside of big European family.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. You touched upon already many of the topics that we will discuss later on. But Ambassador Dion, I'd like to come back to you. Prime Minister mentioned challenges such as military conflicts, of course, the rise of authoritarian regimes. Do you have any other global challenges to add to that list that we as a collective society face today?
Well, Anna, I'd prepare a list. No, because, of course, Ukraine is key. Why? Because of Ukrainians and the nightmare in which they are, but for the world, because we want to send a message that the country gains nothing in trying to invade its neighbor, that the crime of aggression should not pay off. It must be very clear. It's a universal challenge we are facing, but we have other ones because you have war resurgence elsewhere. We need to be careful to not reignite the Cold War and the nuclear arm race. That's very key. Fighting the terrible impacts of climate change, but not only climate change. We would have an environmental crisis even if it was not for climate change. So much biodiversity is in danger. We need to feed pretty soon 9 billion human beings without exhausting our ecosystems. We need to ensure that access to fresh water does not become a source of conflict. If I had to choose, I would say water is the issue of the century. Protecting populations from international terrorism and cyber attacks, halting wide-scale tax avoidance, which is a huge problem that we do not tackle enough, and of course, humanly managing migration flows and try to mitigate their causes and other problems like that. And if I may say, what is the main challenge we have to face all these problems is the two definitions of multilateralism that are always in tensions. One is the Westphalian definition, which is across regimes cooperation. You cooperate with regimes you dislike because you need to tackle the challenges. And the other one is the liberal definition of multilateralism, which is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Each human being on this planet has a right of the same dignity, and we need to make sure that it will happen. So these two definitions of multilateralism are clashing more and more because we are more and more dependent with regime we dislike. We don't like the regime in China, but we need to work with China more than ever. So we're in a situation where we sanction regimes with which we trade and interact more and more. That's the challenge of the time in which we are.
That leads very nicely to my question to Mr. Doughty. The narrative of democracies versus autocracies is very strong today and is dividing the world in two, and the security situation that we are living today in Europe definitely underlines that. And also with, in mind with what just the ambassador said, is then the world still capable of finding common solutions to global challenges? Is a worldwide cooperation still possible nowadays?
I think it is, and it has to be. And I think one of the frustrations I've had, certainly with UK foreign policy in recent years, obviously I speak for the opposition, is that Britain actually having been a leading voice on global development, on human rights, on the multilateral system, that we've actually stepped back. We cut our aid budget, we cut our international development department that I used to work in. We've stepped back in terms of our diplomatic presence and our role in many key fora. And that deeply worries me because we need those leading voices. We're a member of the Security Council. We have key responsibilities historically and otherwise, and we need to be out there reconnected and working with other partners, whether that's to deal with global poverty, whether that's global health issues, whether that's the climate emergency, all of those things. But we also need to recognise we are in extremely dangerous times. We're in extremely threatening times, and we obviously have a unity actually in British politics, many divisions on many other issues, but actually a unity in terms of our support for Ukraine, our support for our NATO, our recognition of the unique challenge that China poses. But we also need to be back out there in the forums in the world and making a difference, and that's one of my criticisms of the current government, is that they haven't been, and certainly we as an aspirational future government in the UK would want to see that change. But I come from a military family. I've spent time with the armed forces myself, and one of the things you're always taught is watch your flanks and rears. Quite obviously, our focus has to be on the threat that Russia poses, the challenge of supporting Ukraine against the barbarous invasion that they faced, and as I mentioned, that global challenge from China. But the Western Balkans has received far too little attention, I think, from many key European partners. The situation in the Caucasus, we've all seen what's happened in recent weeks between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The Mediterranean, look at what's happened in the Sahel. Many of us have been arguing about this for years and months, but far too little attention has been paid to Russian and other influences. We still see the jihadi threat. We still see the fragile governments prey to all sorts of influences and challenges. So unless we're watching all of those flanks and recognising the challenges, and for the UK investing in our diplomatic development and defence relationships, we're going to end up in some very, very, very difficult situations going forward. And I spent time in the Western Balkans over the past year, and we're obviously deeply concerned about the situation between Kosovo and Serbia at the moment. But the UK has a key role to play there as part of KFOR, and we've just sent a new group of troops out there, which we fully support. And I think we need to be looking at all of those issues, particularly for Europe, all of those issues on our flanks and our rear, as well as that preeminent challenge of supporting Ukraine to victory in their fight against Russia.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister Abazovich, Russia's war on Ukraine has definitely revamped the Western alliance, and the collective West came together, and the war in a way gave NATO also a new lifeblood. You come from a country that is a fairly recent addition to NATO, and it aspires to be a member also of the European Union. So, in your experience, is the Euro-Atlantic integration still an attractive political choice in Montenegro, in the Western Balkans? And also, what challenges does it bring to you as a politician to shape that pro-EU and pro-NATO discourse?
Decision to be part of the NATO in full membership was with the same importance like future decision to be part of the EU, from my point of view. This is extremely important, especially for the small countries. But I like the colleagues from the UK explained that today we have so many challenges that also big countries cannot be out of system of collective security. And these all traits explaining the situation. We have now the situation between Serbia and Kosovo, which is really close to also to Montenegro, and all other countries in the region have the interest to find some, let's say, common, sustainable final solution for these two states, because the Russia's looking for the new hotspots in the Europe, and I think that we should be very concerned about that. And when we're talking that we need enlargement, it's not because we only need enlargement because we like that to be the part of that democratic group of the country. It is true that brings a lot of opportunity in economy, in everything, in mobility of the people. But also is the question of security today. It's the question of security, and in that sense, I think that it's very good to be not to be isolated in today's global world. Also, our friends from Canada are saying that some other challenges like the climate changes and everything, we cannot solve problems just like countries. We need to have that kind of coalitions. So now we're talking more and more. Also in New York was the big discussion about reform of United Nations. I think that is good, because United Nations. Same, I will make the comparison with NATO and EU. United Nations was the great idea to bring all the countries together, but that great idea comes after the biggest disaster in the history of humanity, in the Second World War. So we should not wait for some another big catastrophe, social disaster, to come to some, let's say, good ideas which can provide a better living condition for everybody. So for us is the crucial to make this kind of organization more functional. NATO had the great success. NATO had the good success. I am very satisfied. In the context of Montenegro, I am pretty satisfied with NATO. We need just more concrete things from EU. EU sometimes, it's not like a critic. Somebody can now say, no, you criticizing EU. It's not. We have a lot of homeworks, lot of challenges inside of countries. This is true with the rule of law, with everything. It's some reforms process, it's ongoing. But the EU should know what is the goal. I am not sure the leaders of EU know what is the goal. They changing the priority every year. And this is not good. With NATO, it's a little bit different. I think that NATO works in another modus operandi. And I think that was until now very successful story. What we need, what I think that is important for the countries of Western Balkans, it's also very important to decide in which side we are. You have the countries which have the 100% alignment with the foreign policy of EU, like Montenegro. We following every package of sanctions against Russia Federation. We immediately after the war put our political relation on the zero or under the zero. And we killed 20% of our touristic market, which is we living from tourism. Our country GDP, 25% direct incomes only from tourism, 75% indirect incomes. We killing our bigger market because we don't look on this like question of economy and question of money. And we say we are ready to find another markets and to survive somehow, but we don't want to be part of the group of the countries which not looking this in very principled way. And I think that we cannot compare with the countries which decide to have the double game, also to have the good relations with Russia. I don't have nothing against the Russian people. I think that only Russian politics in the context of Ukraine is disaster. And I think that I am glad to see that also there are some Russian people also inside of our country who comes and who are against of this destructive politics which destroyed everybody and don't bring nothing good, not for Russians, not for any other countries in the world. So I think that we should appreciate when we have the countries which want to be the trust partner. I think that we need to open the door and to give the opportunity. Because if we look with same aspect to everything you have in the region of Western Balkans, you know this very well, the countries who have different approach. We should respect. Maybe we are in disagreement, but we should respect. But for the countries we have, which have 100% alignment in foreign policy, in everything, in supporting, bringing the refugees in the country, supporting military, supporting politically, supporting financially, I think that it's not fair to have the same treatment like country which don't have nothing from this. Because we destroyed the principle. And if we destroy the principle, we will have the very big problem to bring country together. Because we don't know for what we are fighting. If we know exactly what is the goal, what is the value, I think that it's more easy to convince the countries to be on that. So I am looking forward to see more solidarity and more respect between every country which want to share the same values. And I am sending the message here from the Warsaw Security Forum that every single politician in Europe should be very concerned about finding the new hotspots when Russians can burn the fire of course with local communities, with local citizens, of course, with criminal groups, and I don't know, with the nationalistic groups, and I don't know, with the problematic people, but to explain that NATO or EU are not solidar, are not unit, and they are the easy target. I think that we should send another message, that NATO, like a great organization for security, and EU, like great organization for promoting of democracy and putting economy in the first place and mobility of the people, it's ready to deal also with this unresponsible politics.
Thank you, and a quick reaction.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with dealing with those hotspots where Russia and others would seek to exploit and cause huge problems for all of us. Obviously, it's probably best not for me to comment on enlargement as a country that's left the EU and doesn't seek to rejoin. But the UK hasn't left Europe, and we remain absolutely committed to not only the challenges in the Western Balkans, but elsewhere. And it's one of the reasons why we've set out very clearly that we want to see a clear UK-EU security pact and an agreement, formal dialogue on foreign defence and security policy. We want to see cooperation wherever we can find that, obviously with NATO as the bedrock of our security, but also looking at how we can use other forums. The EPC will be meeting, I think, tomorrow in Granada. We have our relationships, albeit complex at the moment, within the OSCE. There are many fora in which we can address these challenges together. But I think, if taking the Western Balkans, because we're talking about it, unless the UK, the EU, the US are on the same page, working with our partners in the region, then that is going to be exploited by those who seek to cause division and potentially further conflict. So, there is a very strong commitment on that from the UK, for opposition certainly, and I know that's shared by many colleagues across the House of Commons in our Parliament.
Well, that's definitely very good to hear. And Ambassador Dion, we talked a lot about how the collective West views other countries, potential partners. But let me ask you, you are also ambassador to France and Monaco, you are foreign minister of Canada. What is the current image of the collective West from these other potential partners or countries? Do they see the collective West as a reliable partner?
I don't believe there is a collective West, no more I believe there is a global South. I think these definitions are dichotomizing the world in an artificial way. What exists is developed countries that are also liberal democracies. And they are not only in the West. You have Japan, you have Korea, you have Australia, and so on. So if we talk about these liberal democracies, I see millions of human beings risking their life to migrate in these countries. I see the rich of authoritarian regimes buying properties and making sure that their children are scholarized in these liberal democracies. I think they are very attractive, and so the challenge they have to face is that authoritarianism is a fierce rival. And why is the case? It's not only because authoritarian regimes have repressive and propaganda capabilities. It's also because human beings are afraid of uncertainty. And unanimous ideologies are always attractive because it may be preferable in the mind of many people than the certainty of competition of ideas and parties and opinions. And a strong man will solve the problem. And if you have the choice between chaos and despotism, humankind is likely to choose despotism, and maybe they are right to prefer despotism to chaos. So the challenge for us, liberal democracies, is to convince these populations that between chaos and despotism, there is democracy that may provide security to people, but in freedom instead of in servitude. That's a big challenge. And I would suggest, because I don't want to take too much time, I would speak about that very long, but a key thing we need to do, well-established democracies, is to support fragile democracies, to help them because they are heroic in their circumstances. It's not perfect, you have corruption and so on, not good rating in the benchmark of the world, but they are making progress, and we need to be there to support them.
Thank you. And one quick question before I open it to the audience to Mr. Doughty. The UK government, after the G20, emphasized the need to build new relationships with new economies. So how should we cooperate with the rising powers of the Indo-Pacific? On what should that cooperation be based? Should it be based both on values and economic interests, or solely one of the two?
Well, clearly, values have to be at the root of everything that we do. If we're going to stand, I mean, it's what Ukrainians are fighting for now, not on their own behalf, but for all of us. So values have to be at the basis of any foreign policy and approach. But obviously, there is the trade and commercial and security reality of a number of those relationships. Obviously, the UK has particular historical and other trading and commercial relationships in the Indo-Pacific. We obviously have a particular challenge in the relationships with China. It's going to be very much formed around the 3 C's of compete and cooperate where we can on issues like climate change and energy. But there are obviously going to be areas where we have significant disagreements and where we challenge, and we haven't been afraid to raise those from the opposition, nor indeed have members of the government been afraid to challenge, whether it's on the record on the Uyghurs or the situation in Hong Kong, which of course has been of particular concern to us in the UK, and indeed activities by the Chinese Communist Party on UK soil that have obviously been a particular concern in recent weeks and months, not just in the UK, but of course in other countries, and I know in Canada too. So the fact is there is not going to be one size fits all to these relationships. There are going to be multiple layers, and we need to have calm and level and very realistic heads. I think one thing that we need to understand is just the reach and the global ambitions that a country like China has. I often give this an example, but I travelled last year down to the Falkland Islands, a UK overseas territory, and obviously a history of our conflict with Argentina 40 years ago. And I was expecting to be very much focusing on that history and those aspects. But the thing that struck me actually was a discussion I had with scientists and the fishing industry in the South Atlantic about the 500 Chinese fishing vessels that were sitting off the Falklands and the Argentinian exclusive economic zones, taking squid out the sea in a completely unregulated way, and what that means for our global biodiversity and food stocks. And unless we understand the interconnectedness, even in those very remote areas of the world, we are not going to be able to pursue the type of policies that are going to lead to all of our prosperity and security, and indeed our environmental stability going forward.
Thank you very much. We have a few minutes for a couple of questions from the audience. I see a hand there and a hand in the back. So if we can get the mic to the lady. Thank you.
Hi, I have a question about sanctions.
Could you please just introduce yourself?
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Melissa Murphy. I'm from the United States, and I'm a recent graduate from MIT with a focus on international security and economics. My question is about economic sanctions, and you spoke a little bit about the impact that has on your economy. Do you think that economic sanctions are potentially too impactful for smaller economies, and what alternative approaches would you like us to consider?
Thank you very much for question. So the sanction make the very negative impact in the context of economy. But I'm saying that we are not looking. We make the political decision. This was not the reason why. We cut the direct flights with the Russia Federation. So 25% of one airport in Montenegro is going down with the number of passengers. A lot of reservation which have Russians in the previous period have a lot of also different kind of properties in our country. We go deeply, and the people who are in the list of the sanction, we blockade the properties of that people. So in the beginning that was the 34 properties and 44 persons who blockade the property in the country. In the beginning of the war, it was the big discussion. It was the famous topic about the yachts, mega yachts. One of the mega yachts was in ownership. They saying that it's in ownership of Mr. Abramovich, who was the owner of Chelsea Football Club, and that ships was in Montenegro, and we go to confiscate that. But that was not on the name of the Mr. Abramovich, but in the name of the one woman. I don't know now in which kind of relation they are or they are not. But we had that administrative problem because we cannot confiscate with some other names. And all that, when they show that Montenegro don't have any kind of let's say, problem to make the confiscation to everybody who is on the list of the sanction. I'm talking about also on the persons who are on the list of the sanction. They just escape from Montenegro. We go deeply. We make persona non grata all diplomats of Russia in Podgorica. So now they have only ambassador there, only ambassador alone. But they also make the same thing to our people, our diplomats in Moscow. So we also have the only ambassador alone in Moscow. They are not working nothing, but this is the situation. Also, we going deeply of this fighting against the spying activities of Russian agents inside of our country, and our Agency for National Security made the huge success. Together, I want to say together with our partners, especially partners of the Great Britain. So I'm very thankful for that. And we exclude a lot of people from our country for the spy activities. But what's happened? So my colleagues in Bosnia and Herzegovina told me, now all these people that you exclude, they are in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So they are somewhere around, they're looking for the place when they can find, the possible to stay in the region and to wait for some another opportunity. And this is our let's say example. But I am not sure that this kind of things making so big pressure on the regime in Moscow, to be very honest. I don't think that this kind of sanction makes so much pressure that they will say we are going out of war. I am not sure. So EU also together with all of us should think what will be something more productive than making this kind of packets of sanctions. We need something, let's say, more productive. I cannot say what is that, but I think that we need something more productive. And I want to underline, it's not every single, because EU wants someone to say, you have the Russians inside of your country. This is not every Russian supporter of the regime of Vladimir Putin. And there are a lot of people, especially people from the business, people who have their own business in London, in Swiss, in another countries, who don't like this situation, what's happened in Russia, and which have some kind of wish to finish the war and to continue with, let's say, some activities which are by the law and something which is okay. But until we finish this, I can promise in the name of the government that we will continue to follow all sanction package what EU will make against Russia Federation.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll just have 30 seconds to the end of the panel. So we'll use this as a closing remarks. Your reaction to the sanctions, are they a powerful tool in the hands of the West?
Look, we support the sanctions regimes, but three things. If you don't enforce sanctions, you know, what is the point of them? Obviously, we support them, but there's a big question about what is being done, particularly in the UK, actually, to enforce the regimes on Russia and indeed Belarus. Secondly, if people can circumvent them, for example, by taking Russian crude, taking it to third countries, refining it, and then it ends up in the EU or the UK or the US, you've got a huge problems. And thirdly, we have to think about whether we are going to be just freezing assets or whether we're going to seizing them and actually using them, for example, for the reconstruction of Ukraine. And there's a very lively debate about this, not only in the UK but in Canada and elsewhere. It's something we've been significantly pressing on.
And Ambassador, just final remarks from you as we have the
in a nutshell, yes. We sanction the bad guys. It would be a mistake to do only that, though. We need to be there to support the good guys.
Thank you very much. I think that's an excellent conclusion to our panel. Thank you. A big round of applause to our panelists, and thank you all for being here with us.
Great conversation, great discussion. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the moderator and the partner of the session, Wilfried Manfers Center. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the next stage of the Warsaw Security Forum Democratic Resilience track, where we will address a key critical subject of elections, the threats in the electoral processes, the opportunities in front of them, and the realities in the digital era. Ladies and gentlemen, to set the stage, we will be very lucky, and we are very lucky, to have a great guest and to hear out a presentation from Mr. Matthias Sachs. Matthias, who's the cybersecurity policy lead for Europe at Google. And Matthias will talk to us about elections integrity and protecting it, the democratic process online. Matthias, please join us on the stage.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here with you today and to speak at this important event. As already been said, I'm Matthias Sachs, and I lead Google's European cybersecurity policy work. I'd like to take this opportunity today to share with you Google's approach to election security and shed some light on how we are protecting democratic processes online. When it comes to supporting elections around the world, we are focusing on 3 areas: connecting voters to helpful election information, protecting our platforms from abuse, and helping campaigns and election entities improve their cybersecurity. Today, I want to talk in particular about the last aspect, on how to increase cybersecurity for the political sector. We are helping equip campaigns, election officials, and all users at higher risk of targeted cyber attacks with the strongest security through automatic protections in our products, tools designed specifically for high-risk individuals, and partnerships. And there's no shortage of security challenges for high-risk individuals. In fact, a 2022 study by Google and YouGov found that over half of journalists and professionals in politics have had their online accounts compromised. The threats are intensifying. The stakes for individuals and organizations are increasing, and we're dedicated to keeping online users safe, including helping people at higher risk of cyber attacks. That is why we partner with organizations like, for example, Defending Digital Campaigns, a US-American nonprofit and nonpartisan organization to provide qualifying US federal campaigns with 3 security products and trainings, including Titan security keys. To date, our partnership with DDC has secured over 300 national committees, state parties, and political campaigns in all 50 US states, and led to the adoption of more than 20,000 security keys. Through our campaign security project, we've teamed up with organizations across the political spectrum in the US to train over 4,000 campaign and election officials on security best practices, including products and tools they can use to stay safe online. Earlier this year, we announced our global partnership with the International Foundation of Electoral Systems to help enhance the security of election commissions and officials, journalists, and other democratic actors around the world, including offering security trainings and tools in over 30 countries. We also committed to providing 100,000 free security keys to those at highest risk of targeted attacks around the world. When it comes to equipping campaign entities, we are committed to protect these high-risk users from the most pervasive digital attacks by offering a suite of free tools. First, we are enrolling them into our Advanced Protection Program, which bundles the strongest Google account security options together and proactively protects against new and evolving threats. The program is holistic and offers protection against phishing, prevents unauthorized access, and offers additional protection against harmful downloads and malware. We are safeguarding their websites from digital attacks by onboarding them to Project Shield, a free-of-cost service that uses Google technology to protect news and election sites from distributed denial of service, so-called DDoS attacks. To give you a recent example, Project Shield is currently protecting nearly 200 government, news, and humanitarian organizations in Ukraine. And we are aiming to increase the overall account security through free security checkups and our password manager built into Chrome and Android. Another key component for increased cybersecurity and resilience is the, I think, famous by now, secure by default approach. At Google, we've made security by design and security by default core elements of our products for more than 2 decades. Our philosophy is that security shouldn't require a lot of manual effort on the part of our customers and users. When done right, good security should be seemingly invisible. Our security teams wipe out entire classes of threats, ensuring our products are secure by default. A few examples. There have been no successful ransomware attacks on Chromebooks. Gmail automatically blocks 99.9% of all phishing and spam. And Google is leading the way in security standards like passkey and requiring 2-step verification for all users, raising the security bar for everyone. Actually, over 10 years ago, we were the first consumer tech company to offer 2-step verification. Now we are the first company to turn it on by default. In 2021 alone, we enrolled 150 million users automatically in 2-step verification. Widespread cyber attacks disrupting European businesses and impacting European elections are a shared concern. And our role is clear. We help protect people and prevent future attacks by identifying bad actors and sharing relevant information. Google is providing training, advanced security products, and skills to help keep more Europeans safe online. Here in Poland, we have recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the Electoral Commission to safeguard the 2023 Polish elections. This already led to cybersecurity workshops for 540 of its employees and the distribution of over 1,000 security keys. Making critical security technology available to others raises the bar of security everywhere. But defending democracy and the rules-based international order is a task that requires tech, civil society, and governments to work together. That is why we are actively seeking partnerships with policymakers, governments, and civil society entities in Europe and elsewhere to learn from each other, to share information, and to jointly work to increase cyber resilience. Thank you for listening, and I'm now looking forward to our panel discussion.
Great. Thank you very much, Matthias, for this presentation. And it is setting the stage for our discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, I will have the great pleasure of moderating it. So this time I'm going to take a seat here and talk to you about elections in the digital era, opportunities and threats. And we have an incredible panel for this session, which is organized in partnership with Google. And for the panelists, we have with us today Ms. Olha Iwazowska, who is the chair of Opora Network, monitoring and working on elections in Ukraine, and is also one of the founders of the International Center for Ukraine Victory, a partner organization to the Pulaski Foundation, doing incredible advocacy work around the world. We have with us John Glenn, who's the senior director at the International Forum for Democratic Studies at the National Endowment for Democracy. We also have Daniela Schwarzer, who is the member of the executive board of the Bertelsmann Foundation. Welcome, Daniela, again at the Warsaw Security Forum, a frequent guest. And, of course, last but definitely not least, we have Matthias, who you've been able to meet just a moment ago and listen to his great remarks, the lead for cybersecurity in Europe for Google. Matthias, welcome again. And I might say, my name is Marcin Buzanski, for those who haven't met me yet. I'm a senior advisor here with the Pulaski Foundation, and I'm also extremely intrigued to hear from our guests and also from the room. We're going to make this an interactive discussion, because elections seem to me like a subject everybody knows is important, and we need to discuss both on the technical difficulties and threats, on the political ones. It is ultimately probably the most consequential event in democracy, but I don't think we realize it is probably the most consequential event in security. And this is why we're having this discussion at the Warsaw Security Forum, because we need to look at the weight of the subject and truly understand, in the digital era where business as usual is out of the door, how do we address the challenges, the threats, what are the opportunities relating to the digital revolution, I think we can use those words, and what are the opportunities related to that in key events that we're going to see, electoral events in front of us. Speaking of events, electoral events in front of us, I think I might start with one of the most important one. Question is whether it will happen or not. Olga, can we talk about Ukraine and whether there is a perspective for elections, whether, considering the digital challenges, is it safe, is it smart to have those elections, or perhaps can we actually use the new opportunities, the new tools to hold elections in a wartime circumstances?
Thank you for your very important question, but there are many others across this topic, because when we are speaking about tools, we have to understand how, when, and for what perspective we will using it. For Ukrainian reality, we are living on the very dangerous period, hot stage of the war, and we have our constitution, our legislation about martial law, which produce some boundaries for freedoms and human rights. And you know, according to international legislation, Ukraine did step back from the obligation in human rights sphere because of war. Because the main topic and aim for Ukrainian society and state is security now, is defending the territories, is liberation the territories, for having control on them and to protect the rights of these people who are living there. Electoral processes, it's about freedoms. So that's why it's something counter-effective to speak about democracy for 100% during hot stage of the war. That's why Ukrainian civil society, more than 200 organizations, not individuals, signed a statement that please don't play bad games with double standards during war, because we can't accept elections, voting processes without freedoms, and that elections will not be free and fair because so many people will not be involved. We have 7,166,000 people abroad. And this is a huge challenge, how to involve them not only into formal voting process, because it looks like technical issue, but for having part in the campaigning, to be candidates, to promote their vision about development of Ukraine, how to back refugees home, how to develop the program about that, how to have representatives in a parliament if there are 20% of Ukrainians abroad. It's something new for us. What's happening inside? We have more than 5 million refugees. They are living not on the territories as before 24th of February. They are very mobile inside the country. And we have more than 1 million soldiers. These people are fighting. That's why they can't be involved just into voting to be named as participants of political circle, as political process, because it's new elite in Ukraine. We have volunteers which are working on a daily basis to serve their society and state to survive. And political process has to be open, transparent, and first of all, politically competitive. That's why elections without political competition during war period will produce just a fake democracy. We don't want to have fake democracy as in Russia, because during 20 years, Russians formally voted voted for their candidates, but it doesn't matter whom they voted. Everything may be changed by Central Election Commission and so on and so forth. It's about fake democracy. We don't have to use any technical tools, just produce fake democracy without political competition and real participation of all groups of Ukrainians which have to be a part of political circle. And last point about electronic voting, because it looks like very easiest way to solve the problem about participation. But as I mentioned before, voting doesn't mean participate in political circle and process. And we have enemy, Russia, which is very well equipped and developed in technical sphere. Russia organized more than 1,500 attacks against Ukrainian critical infrastructure through IT tools. So I have many other examples, but you asked me about important things. How do not think about technical without philosophical part of democracy to have influence. And influential voter and influential candidates, it's about those who are participating on the whole process, not just have a tool how to vote.
Well, exactly, the free and fair process. And I will try to ask you again the question, what is the cost of not having the elections? We'll go back there, but perhaps, John, if I could ask you, looking more broadly at the global stage and sort of where we are in terms of holding elections and the main sort of risks and opportunities you're seeing from the global era, you know, being at NED, the observer of all those processes, what are the couple of key points you'd want to share with us?
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you, I admire your work. I want to start by picking up on the digital element of this, because we know that elections today in today's interconnected world have the fundamental digital element to them. It is a moment in which we look at the information space. Since we've seen this happen around the world, 2016 in Europe, this issue about how elections, there's international mattering around the information space, is one I want to just talk about a couple trends, because it's not a new issue. We know about this. But I think in the last year, there have been a couple of notable developments that really merit our attention if we're going to be having elections with integrity looking forward. The first I note is when we look recently in the past year, there have been some pretty substantial changes in many of the tech companies that sort of which mandate a lot of these issues. Twitter, of course, gets the lion's share of attention. But there's been dramatic downsizing across the tech industry, and one of the first things that's come has been the decimation of the trust and security teams that were put in place after 2016. Has this had a difference? There's been research that said in the 90 days after Twitter decided to remove the requirement to identify state-sponsored accounts, there was a 70% increase in interactions with Russian, Chinese, and Iranian bots and sources. Secondly, as a result, there's been a fragmentation in this information space. Twitter is no longer, in some places, the main platform. That may have pluses and minuses, but it means with the proliferation of Threads and Mastodon and all these other sites, there are more places that make this a more complex space. And lastly, there's new technologies. Let's talk about ChatGPT. What does this mean? Now, I would certainly be one of those who would want to start this conversation by saying there's a lot of apocalyptic language around artificial intelligence, and we probably need to take a deep breath. Deep fakes aren't something we've never heard of before. But this is technology that makes a lot of this incredibly accessible for incredibly low amount of money. I'll give you one example, and that'll sort of lay the foundation for trends, and I'd love to talk later about solutions and responses. But maybe you saw there was an article recently about an experiment that was done, and I want to emphasize it was an experiment, not an actual thing. Something called Counter Cloud, where for $400 and an Amazon platform using WordPress, two folks set ChatGPT for it and said, imagine, go work with the internet, come up with countering on Russian and American disinformation. And in 2 months, it was stunning, without any oversight, what they were able to produce. It was imperfect, but it just showed how far the barrier to entry has just plummeted, actually. And in the articles that one reads about it, one says, $400, an Amazon platform, imagine what we would have if you were a fully state-funded campaign that devoted serious resources and personnel to it. It's a little alarming what we might see.
Well, not to be apocalyptic about it, but you just laid a big risk here. I think we'll talk with Matthias a little bit how we potentially address that. But before we do, Daniela, looking at a little bit the political spectrum that we have in front of us, it's a very, very, let's say, election intense years. This year, next year, Poland, US, European Parliament elections. Do you think there is enough political weight behind the risks that are related to them? Is that something that's talked about in capitals? Is there a trend that you're observing or a worry about the results being played with, being changed through external interference?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And your question goes straight to the point. There's a lot of talk about the elections, in particular the year 2024. You mentioned the European elections, but also at least seven EU member states will be going to the polls. So at a situation where the attention is very much on external interference, be it from Russia, China, other actors who have an interest to destabilize democracies, this is very much the talk of many capitals. Now, analyzing the threats is one thing, responding is the next one. And I do believe, the situation is very particular if you look at the EU. Let's start with the European elections first. So this is still a system in the making, although, the European Parliament has been directly elected several times, but still, we are looking ahead towards June 2024, and we don't exactly know how the parties are going to decide on the question whether they run with lead candidates, the so-called Spitzenkandidaten, whether in the end and how the new leadership will be chosen, and that creates a degree of uncertainty and also, in my view, of vulnerability, not only for the parties, but for the system as such. Because it will be very easy through, interference, disinformation campaigns, whatever, to exploit difficult political situations, be they during the campaign, and of course we are looking towards a constantly unstable situation in Europe security-wise, be it in the moment of actually choosing the leaders for the institutions. We also have a particularity that in a number of EU member states, for the first time, 16-year-olds will be able to vote. Germany is one of the countries and is the largest country. So it will be very, very important to mobilize young people, to inform them, to educate them about the choices they have, to make them understand the system. So thinking through the digital dimension in all of this, of course, they consume social media far more proactively than older voters, which makes them, on the one hand, more vulnerable, but on the other hand, really offers opportunities to campaign differently, to inform them differently, to make them understand that these elections really matter. And I would believe that is where it becomes so political. First of all, policymakers need to understand that they campaign differently, get other messages out, explain that the democratic choice they have in European elections is key, but they also need to think through how to counter disinformation, which is not only a question of identification, but really of educating people, of making them able to judge themselves what they see. And ChatGPT was already mentioned by John. It will be so much easier than in other European elections to use deepfakes to provide images and sound that looks pretty authentic. And people who are not that familiarized with European campaigns may be more easily believing what is happening there. So shaping that capacity to judge, I think, is really important.
Thank you very much for those remarks. We'll come back to the element of how do we get enough resources to prevent disinformation, whether for civic education, but I think these are very important points you're raising. I just want to go back to Matthias on the electoral security side and the potential risks that the super rapid development of AI possesses. I mean, we've heard here about the Amazon, we're talking about the deepfakes. Now, what happens when all of this has so much processing power and is so fast? We talked earlier before the session about being, catching up. Can we be ahead of this change to mitigate the risks?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I would like to briefly tap into my remarks earlier. I think it starts with the infrastructure security, with the security of online presences, but goes into content as well. And to quickly respond to what I just heard, both from Daniela and John, For instance, we have a political ads transparency program, since we are providing lots of political ads going through our platforms. This means that people can go online and check in their local language for their local country what's happening there, who's putting which advertising up. That is one important aspect here to provide transparency. That is something which is online for everyone to use across Europe for sure. So we take this very seriously. We carry a lot of responsibility for the content provided on our platforms. That's why I said we have to make sure, the three components I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, we have to make sure that our very own platforms aren't abused in the first place, and that is, aren't misused. So we have that responsibility to take care of that. And then there's the bread and butter of security I elaborated on with respect to our very own infrastructure, systems, and safety of people being online and having their sites being reliable, not being attacked and hacked. That's for sure relevant. And on AI, you want to go to AI right away? Well, AI is, in our perspective, again, something we want to address bold and responsibly. So bold as we say, yes, we want to develop this technology, we want to bring it forward, but we have to do that in a responsible fashion and have to collaborate first and foremost with elected entities, with democratic governments, to consult them, to hear from them what would be helpful, what would be necessary, what kind of regulatory frameworks we would want to create in partnership with them. So helping them to understand what's at hand, what we could do, and then listening. I think a company like Google needs to be a humble listener to policymakers and other elected officials in the first place, how to go about these systems. And then we try to be transparent to the extent possible and explain what we are doing here. We think there are lots of opportunities out there, in particular with AI. I think there's an opportunity for more defense from a security perspective, so we can up-level defense if the good guys are using AI. We often talk about like worst-case scenarios and the bad guys using it, but it can also be used by the good guys. And that is like big corporations partnering with democratic governments to use it for defense. And it'll up-level that. So there's a democratic aspect to AI, makes everyone a little bit smarter, and if the right people come together, they can level up their game in protecting shared values. That's what I said before, because that's what we have here across the Atlantic for sure.
Hopefully less catch-up if we can work on using that for defense. Olga, I want to come back to those digital opportunities. You mentioned, and these were important remarks, that it wouldn't be a free and fair process. You can't see it for Ukraine. I do want to shift it and ask something that none of us would like, but if the war continues, what should be the approach then from your perspective as a leading electoral watchdog? What would be your recommendations?
So in between 2014 and 2022, when we had war already and occupation, more than 7% of our territories, Ukraine had elections. But the stage of that war was not the same as now, because we had more or less safe areas when each who has responsibility to organize, to administrate electoral processes, participate as a candidates and political actors, could predict where you can organize very well developed campaigning, where you can have voting, because there is no security guarantees for commissioners, for voters, for candidates. That's why we had a special anti-terroristic operation. Formally it was on the legislation based, and territories where we didn't have the process. Now each inch of Ukraine can be attacked each of the day. That's why even Lviv or western part of Ukraine doesn't have any predictability about security. And only one massive attack during E-Day will decrease dramatically turnout. That's why legitimacy of the branches of the power, which may be voted through this during hot stage of the war elections, will be under the question. So if you are speaking about legitimacy of the president or parliament, according to the position of society, and I'm speaking not only about experts group, I'm speaking from the side of Ukrainian society, we have enough surveys about that, legitimacy is on the highest level. This is about legitimacy, but we have to understand if the stage of the war will change Ukrainian society will request to have an elections, because elections, it's not about reloading of the power, it's about new debates, how Ukraine as a state should be developed during next 5 years, and if we are going to be a member of EU or NATO in the future, each Ukrainian voter has a right to put the questions into table for whole politicians. New Ukrainian elite, I mentioned already military, who fighting with, from the brave perspective, they are wasting their lives now dramatically for Ukrainian generations, but they have to participate, not just as voters. So if the war will ongoing years and years, it doesn't mean that we will have for years the same stage of the war, and we will be ready to organize elections according to international standards. And I am, as a representative of Watchdog organization, already working on legislation base, how the post-war elections should be organized for having free and fair elections and democracy. And we are already thinking what will happen next autumn if the stage of the war will dramatically change. But my huge request from Ukrainian society, do not put on the table a question about formal voting. Let's think how to help Ukrainian society develop platform for having elections in a free and fair manner after the end of the war or this stage of the war, and how to help Ukraine to provide as much military aid as it possible to moving through this stage as soon as it possible. To go to another stage of the war, because I don't believe into end of the war just on the battle level. It's historical process now, and we have to fight for justice, democracy, and irreversibility for Ukrainian society to be a part of West, according to the standards, according to our constitution and good practices, which we had already as the state for many, many years. We had competitive political process, and this is what gave us a chance to save the state during Orange Revolution because of the position of society, revolution of dignity, and now we are fighting on different dimensions for having democracy.
Thank you very much. And I think an important message coming here from the civil society in Ukraine, how we should think about elections. We do know there are pressures, and actually I want to go to John. I know you've got a global outlook, but I think all of us woke up to some interesting news happening in the US. This is a scenario I saw, I think, in the House of Cards. I wouldn't imagine this can actually happen in reality. Having speaker ousted, but it can only show you, what is the state in a way of American politics, right? Of the most powerful democracy, important democracy in the world. And we have an electoral process, extremely important, consequential next year. Do you see the changes happening in terms of the messaging, in terms of the risks coming out from the technological developments and the way that you can, get narratives into certain groups and how they can be manipulated? Can you tell us a little bit about that stage and what can we see in the coming year?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that indeed, this is a global challenge. And what I mean by that is, this isn't a challenge in the United States or in the West, we should be saying, is happening somewhere else for other people. It's happening to all of us, and we should be sitting shoulder to shoulder and learning from each other. And I'd start by saying that one of the places we're learning today is from Ukraine. One of the fundamental lessons we know about this is that it's not enough to just focus on elections. This information war happens all the time. It's year-round. And Ukraine has unfortunately had an existential drive to, let's just say, accelerate their learning on how to deal with this. And actually, while the military conflict continues, I think there's a good case to be made that Ukraine is winning the information war with the West and the transatlantic alliance. Be an interesting discussion to talk about the global South, but at the same time, we have really fundamental lessons. So here, let me just put a few things on the table. The first is, I think we know now a defensive approach isn't enough. Our initial response was, this was about information, so let's do fact-checking. And fact-checking is critical. But at the same time, it's not enough. And it ends up being, we say in the States, whack-a-mole. You're just constantly bidding small problems at the same time. So the question is, how can we come up with what we might call a positive, indeed a democratic agenda about this? I often appreciate let me adapt a military metaphor where they talk about how do you shape the space to advance democratic ideals of transparency and accountability, and for that. And we talk a lot about government, and we talk a lot about the private sector, but I would put on the table, we have to talk about the key role that civil society and independent journalism play in this process. They, in many ways, are at times the targets, but they are also the key actors. So that means one of the things we need to do is continue to support independent journalism that has the capacity, that has the expertise to identify these issues. Secondly, one of the lessons we know now is this is happening at a tremendous scale. So I said you can't play whack-a-mole. And so actually there's pretty good evidence out there that what we need to do is focus on the key super spreaders. You can't look at everything in this. And one of the things that came up a little bit about, you talked about the positive uses of technology, and I would embrace that and say, actually, artificial intelligence has proven to be a very powerful tool to identify where are the patterns going. We can't respond to every message that's out there, but what in particular is spreading across platforms. That's often been identified as one of the key things. One more quick thing, actually. And then in today's world, it's clear. Governments need to be clear about their communication with the private sector. This is a big issue at home. The solution is more transparency. Fundamentally, this is the sort of key piece that we need to do. And so I would say that this is challenging. There are polls out there that show that countries, all of us who are having elections upcoming, are worried about this. But there's also a fairly deep distinction between, it's fascinating, you ask Americans and Europeans how worried do you think social media has a positive impression on your democracy? It's low. But you ask Latin America and you ask Africa, it's actually quite high. So there are broader challenges as well.
Thanks very much for those remarks. Important points, and I want to go straight, before I open the floor for questions, to Daniela and then to Matthias. On the defensive side, if you look at the European Union and the amount of resources that are being put proactively to countering all of those threats, the wide spectrum of threats we've discussed about, do you think it is enough, or could it be more on the European level allocated, to the level that we're stepping up in terms of defense for Ukraine spending? Can we step up in terms of protecting our electoral processes? And whether there's will to do that, also considering that, well, let's face it, some of the governments, I feel, are culprits in manipulating those and using those technologies in electoral processes, that elections are not free and fair. I know for once in my country they're not fair. So this is a challenge in the EU.
Yeah, thank you. I do believe the EU can do more and must do more. And that is not only a question of spending more, but it's also a question of doing things more intelligently, which means in some dimensions doing more together as member states, and in others just simply getting organized in a better way on the national level. I'll give some examples. I think that, for the fight against disinformation, the EU has made important steps. So there are, joint initiatives in identifying fake news, information, and so on. But I do see that the national responses with regards to educating people, making them aware of disinformation, enabling them to judge and evaluate what is happening, that is either happening on a national level, sometimes on a regional level, or it's not even happening sufficiently. So there are very, very good examples we can learn from, for instance, Sweden and the way they tackle Chinese interference within their country. There's a lot that, for instance, Germany could learn from that. We can learn a lot, again, in my country from other countries that better coordinate on the national level between ministries to set up real units that do this more effectively and reach out and involve civil society. There's also a whole media piece to look at. There was one, let's say, positive example in a bad situation. And I'm thinking about the French presidential elections, not the last ones, but the ones before, where there's a certain period before the vote where the candidates and the campaigns have to remain silent. And there was a huge email leak from the Macron campaign, but it wasn't just his or their emails, but it was fake emails mixed into that. So no one had the right from their side to explain what this was and what was fake. And what happened there was that media cooperated very well in not spreading this, not picking headlines from those emails, be they fake or be they real. And I think that is an important component also, you know, when there is a cyber attack or when there is a hack or when there are fake news being spread, that media know how to react, not to amplify the problem.
Thanks very much, Daniela. Matthias, super quickly, over to you. In terms of that relation, a little bit what John was mentioning, between the big tech and government, and can it get better in, you know, maybe pinpointing on the technical level some of those super spreaders? Like, is there room for improvement here? And how would you see that? Ladies and gentlemen, think about questions, but first, Matthias.
Obvious, simple answer, yes. Of course there's room for improvement. We're reaching out to governments to collaborate even more. I fully subscribe to what you just said with respect to journalists. That's what I mentioned. The Advanced Protection Program is exactly for these cases, to bring users in a more protected environment, since our products are widely used and people rely on them and they need to do their jobs and they need to be the pillar of democracy. The media is here. So democracy is all over the place, relevant for us, and that's our North Star. So we would go to elected officials and reach out and reach our hand out and say, we would like to collaborate more. We are working with cyber agencies more. We are sharing information. Some of you might be aware of the Fog of War report, our threat analysis group published at Munich Security Conference earlier this year to provide intelligence in what's happening, in particular with Russian attacks in cyberspace. So we want to do more of that, very, very, very certainly.
Well, I think well noted. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, anybody want to ask a question? Please be very, oh my God, quick, precise, identify yourself and ask a question rather than a comment. All right, I have the lady in the front. I have a gentleman in the back. The first lady here.
Thank you.
We're going to collect 3 questions and come back to the panel. So. Please, because please, there's a question, not a comment.
Russia today is here. It's broadcasted in Poland freely.
It is not.
My hotel card, Hampton by Hilton, has instructions in Russian and not Ukrainian. All Polish people at the border speak Russian and not Ukrainian, while the whole world...
Right. I think this is for further discussion. Thank you very much for that. The gentleman in the back.
My question is to Matthias. Actually, you were talking about transparency of AI, but are you ready to make a first step and to show the complete information about your algorithms? Because I think that we, at this moment, we can look at it and as a society, you know, help you to develop the tools that direct public opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had a gentleman in the front here, the third question.
To ask you about the disinformation, because I do believe in the digital world we are struggling with that disinformation. However, I'm afraid that our legal systems across the world are not prepared for the consequences. Like, we know in the digital world we always find somebody who was the source. But your comment, please, how should we prepare the legal systems to take the responsibility for that?
Thank you very much. And the last question here, there was a lady. Yes, the hand was up there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Suzanne Rain from Centre for Geopolitics at Cambridge University. Firstly, I wanted to say to Olga, in the Second World War in the UK, we didn't have elections, and that's because we were fighting for democracy. So, you know, it's good. And then I just wanted to ask, there are 4 billion people this next year voting around the world. And one of the things that the politicians have learned is that they win if they create division. So we've talked a lot about the technological aspects of this, but the problem is that behind the technology are people like Prime Minister Modi in India, South African elections the same, where essentially the populists are going to win because they won on grievance narratives. And
question, please.
No, that's it. So the question is, how can we? The tech is behind this, but it's not the tech that's driving that. And how can we address that problem?
Fantastic. We have little time, so we're going to be very concise in the answers. The answer to the lady, to me, that was actually, I was thinking about Senator Graham, who was pushing, but Olga might mention about this in a second. And maybe then, John, if you could take a little bit on the broader aspect of populism. And, well, there was a question on AI here. Yes. So maybe, John, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Thank you again. This question of populism, I mean, indeed, we
30 seconds.
Rightly focus on the international dimensions, and I'll tell you it's part of the solution, because if you really want, people want, even if we disagree at home, almost nobody wants foreign interference in their elections. It's a powerful starting point to it. So I think to me that's one of the pieces, but I recognize it's our domestic sources as well.
On disinformation, maybe, or Daniela, you had a yes.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add, I think the big challenge is, as Europeans, we always look at the weaknesses and we like to, talk ourselves down. The only thing we can do is develop a positive vision and put that out very forcefully and very credibly. And the other thing we need to do is stop polarizing against each other in national elections across member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very short answer. Sorry, I will not speak about who pushed Ukraine to have an election, because there is a game in between different stakeholders. But I want to highlight that internet doesn't have borders. Russia is very successful in organizing information psychologists, special operations against societies, which has influence through elections in those countries and regions where they have democracy. That's why sometimes democracy are playing against us. But we have to understand that only through cooperation, successful, effective cooperation between business, like Google and others, civil society and governments, we can predict the issue with Russia, China, and others, but we have developed tools. Not just speaking about that for years and years. First of all, Google can open a library of political advertising in Ukraine. EU can be not so strict against Ukraine, because Ukrainians can't even aware our refugees in EU through political advertising, because there is no differences between political advertising and social advertising for awareness of societies. Let's speak honestly about that. We have to cooperate and to find right solutions for transparency in internet, for understanding what is differences between aim of advertising and how to find right tools for society for awareness and for politicians to be enough transparent in the process. And the last point, the problem that we can't adopt common legislation because we are living under the different jurisdictions in different regions of the world, but we can produce common standards. When these standards will be used for good people in right time on different parts of the world.
Thank you very much.
Please, let's start to work on that.
Can we follow up on the library?
Well, I think that should happen, yeah.
Fantastic.
That's
we
relevant.
Have a great result of the session. This is what it's all about practical solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to wrap up this session. Please, people who haven't had a question answered, join us outside of this space. There will be a chance to catch up with the panelists as well. But I really want to thank everybody. I want to thank my panelists for a great discussion on an important subject. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the participation. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, wow, what a day we've been having, and we're, well, nearly at the very end, but I think we are about to have what I'd say, the cherry on top in terms of how fascinating and interesting our democratic resilience track has been. It will be a session that will be led by the chair of the democratic resilience track and a good friend, Biljana Lili. And Biljana will talk with some very special guests about extremely important issues that I think will capture truly what democratic resilience is and what challenges really stand in front of us to secure it. Biljana, if I can ask you to join us, please.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the last public panel of the day in this room, the Chicago room. This is the Democratic Resilience Track. We have an absolutely amazing panel, and I am so honored to introduce the speakers today. Our panel is titled Operational Resilience in Action, Lessons Learned from Ukraine, and will focus on how Ukraine has been successfully defending its networks against Russia's cyber onslaught over the past 2 years and even more. I can't think of a better list of speakers here. We have Victor Zhora, who is the Deputy Chairman and Chief Digital Transformation Officer at the State Service of Special Communication and Information Protection of Ukraine. We also have with us Ilya Vityuk, who is the head of the Department of Cyber and Information Security of the Security Service of Ukraine. Thank you both for being here. Victor and Ilya generously gave from their time to come here and talk to us about their experience in the middle of a war. So I just want to thank you for your time. We're really grateful that you made time to join us. And our final speaker is Grzegorz Zajanowski, who is the digital champion for Poland at the Polish Ministry of Digital Affairs and Chief Data Officer of Polish Airports. And he's going to tell us about how Poland's digital policy has been influenced by the war in Ukraine. I had a whole speech prepared in the beginning of this talk to tell you how awesome our speakers are, because I've been following them for years and I really admire their work, but they have so many important points to share with you that I'm just going to start directly with my questions and let you hear directly from them. So my very first question is to Victor and Ilya. Can you describe for us our responsibilities since this invasion in February of 2022? Can you tell us what data you have been working with and what types of cyber incidents you have been responding to or investigating? Victor?
Thank you, Biljana. Our service, the State Service of Special Communications and Information Protection of Ukraine, is responsible for more than 100 functions. Starting from providing of security communications to country leaders, to the president, ending up with the broadcasting of TV and radio signal. And in terms of cyber, we were and we are responsible for setting up the national policies in cyber protection. We also have the National Incident Response Team and the State Cyber Protection Center. And in time of war, we acquired a new function, which is related to protection of critical infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Ilya.
Thank you. Security Service of Ukraine is both counterintelligence body and law enforcement body. We also have investigative functions. We investigate crimes against state and war crimes. So my department is responsible for cybersecurity and information security in Ukraine. Cybersecurity is understood, and information security is countering malign disinformation campaigns. Well, mainly they all come from Russia today. And of course, our scope of responsibility is even broader because of the war. First of all, starting with investigation, it's very important to say that today we say that cyber attacks against civil infrastructure is nothing but a war crime, and now we are building solid cases that will later put to ICC, because every hacker around the world, no matter whether he works for state or not, he should understand that sooner or later the responsibility will come. Also, we do a lot of job together with SSCIP, and it's again because of the massiveness of the attack we are facing today. So we start with incident response, we act partially as a third team when it comes about cyber attacks conducted by special services. And unfortunately, most of the cyber attacks against Ukraine today, they are conducted by either GRU or FSB or SVR APT groups. Apart from that, we conduct what we call security oversight of digitalization processes in the country. So we look whether there are Russian sources, Russian agents within our objects of critical infrastructure, whether there is Russian software there obfuscated under disguise of as if it is software of some other, maybe European or Western countries. We also look into the systems that are being built, whether they are effective, needed, protected, and may be prone to cyber attacks in future. So a whole range of responsibilities we have today. We also conduct operations on the front lines. We were involved in jamming of Russian satellites, in countering and landing Russian strategic UAVs, etc., etc., etc. So many, many things we are responsible for today.
Thank you, Ilya. My next question is again to both of you. Maybe this time we'll start with Ilya. What tools and processes did you have in place before February 2022, which helped you to establish such robust operational resilience? And what were the tools and processes that helped you the most in executing your responsibilities since February 2022?
Well, it is very important to emphasize that our war has started back in 2014. And cyber war is just the same. It started then. There were many notorious cyber attacks like NotPetya, like Industroyer version first in 2015, in 2016 later on. And since then, we've developed many algorithms, tools, new techniques. We've learned a lot. We've seen best practices around the world because all these 8 years before the invasion, we were on the cutting edge. So speaking about processes and tools, they were all developed before. The difference is that the quantity of the cyber attacks has risen enormously, and we have the same numbers with SSCIP, so the difference is 3 times before the invasion and after the invasion. So meaning we needed to react on more serious events per day and in critical circumstances.
Thank you. Victor?
As Ilya just said, the cyber warfare started in 2014 after the annexation of Crimea and occupation of eastern part of Donbass with the attempt to hack the elections, the presidential elections in May 2014. And this attack was later followed with a series of disruptive attacks on Ukrainian power grid, famous NotPetya, and that caused the changes in the state policy in cybersecurity. So we proposed the national cybersecurity strategy and the law on the basic principles of cybersecurity and started building the national cybersecurity systems together with our partners with the help of different international technical assistance projects. And in 2021, a year before the war, we started to improve our national cybersecurity system. President Zelensky opened the cyber center UA30 in the SSCIP. There were also many other technical initiatives and technical projects launched in order to get prepared to the upcoming aggression. And of course, since the quantity and severity of attacks tripled from the day of full-scale invasion, we started facing a lot of challenges. But what significantly contributed to our resilience is the amount of help and assistance proposed by our partners, by partner agencies, by governments, and by private companies.
Thank you, Victor and Ilya. My next question is about what were the most significant challenges that you faced that you faced while trying to execute your mission, specifically since February 2022?
Well, probably the most significant challenge was that we needed to act in new environment, critical environment, war conditions. So we needed to do our job with all the massiveness of the attacks while people were panicking, while our cities being surrounded, occupied, under shellings, under missile strikes, when sometimes there is no electricity, when sometimes there is no communication. You imagine how important it is to us when we need to counter cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns stemming from Russia without having normal communication. So it is very important to be robust and agile and have good connections between different entities. And you know, very often there were situations when system administrator of object of critical infrastructure is gone because he needed to take his family out of Bucha or Irpin. So, and you need to figure it out how to cope with the problem without having actually people in place. So, new environment and how to work, and literally during first months we worked like 24/7, constantly sleeping for a couple hours a day. Probably this was the most challenging thing after the beginning of the war.
Thanks, Ilya. Victor?
Yeah, just my 5 cents to the circumstances that Ilya just described. We were lacking, since we were at war and we are at war, we were lacking resources. So the capacity of the service in peacetime is obviously different to what we should have in time of war, and therefore we were lucky to recruit and to conscript best talents from the industry and experts from the private sector join our service, therefore strengthening our capabilities and bringing their experience and knowledge, and that was a precondition of our cyber resilience in terms of protecting and defending our digital assets. So that was actually the reason why we needed to engage with the private sector, why we needed those professionals, and they're also joined by many volunteers, keeping their positions in private sector, but helping our service and our colleagues from SBU and many other cybersecurity agencies voluntarily.
Awesome. Thank you, Victor, so much. Victor, your team published several quite valuable reports that detailed the particular types of cyber operations, the particular types of Russian cyber threat actors that have been targeted Ukraine, the different Ukrainian targets over the past year, 2 years with regards to specific sectors that the Russians have been targeting. And those reports are fantastic. They're on the website of Victor's agency, and I strongly recommend them. They're in English. Victor, could you summarize some of the main findings for our audience and also tell us how have Russian cyber operations evolved since the beginning of the war?
First of all, we are observing a shift of operations from disruptive operations and numerous attempts to conduct non-sophisticated cyber attacks in the first phase of war. So this shift is from disruptive to cyber espionage, to data collection, and maybe that should give some advantages to our adversary, according to their opinion. So it's shifting, and we are following all these trends, and we share all these insights in our reports. And from the latest one, which we published just 2 weeks ago, just some key insights. First, the number of incidents in the first half of this year doubled in comparison with the previous half a year, but at the same time the quantity of critical incidents significantly reduced, and maybe this is a reflection of our defensive efforts. Second, there are many phishing attacks focused on Ukrainian law enforcement, and that's the goal of our enemy, to find valuable information on the persecutions, on war crimes. The energy sector is at high risk, particularly facing the upcoming autumn and winter. Also, we see the examples of reuse of excesses. It means that once a victim, always a victim, and the use of generic software in order to bypass some security mechanism. So I mean that the adversary is learning from his failures, and we also learning. So that this is a ongoing aggression, and we are trying to do our best to protect our society and our digital infrastructures.
Thank you, Victor. The next question is from Gregors. Have there been any processes and policies that the Polish Ministry of Digital Affairs and the Polish airports have introduced as a result of the war in Ukraine?
Okay. This is interesting part of time, because we as Poland are part of this war, because in every time we have thousands of attacks on our critical infrastructure. Of course, from beginning of the year, we have still almost a highest level of alert for the cybersecurity, and we prepare many new making many procedures of this. Of course, first we still in review our systems. This is important because every day for the Polish airports we have 10, 20, 12 attacks. Every time we fighting with the hackers group from Russia, also from other country, from Asia. You know about this country. This is first point. Second point, we have making additional physical protection of our infrastructure. If you go to any digital place, you will see additional physical protect is connected to this CERP Charlie systems. Also, we have totally new enhancements, collaboration with the services. Because we working in the citizen institution, institution is connected to the citizen, but we have everyday contact with the, of course, forces connected to the cybersecurity, especially with the NASC and other institutions. And of course, we try to making new public communication on this zone, because this is important, because in this year, the vector of attack for Poland is changing. Because Russian hackers do not try again attacks very big critical infrastructure, but try to hack the small trade companies. When we see the data, we set thousands of attacks for the small companies, small person. We must we must create totally new communication for every citizen in Poland about cybersecurity problems. This is on a few words about this.
Thank you, Gregors. To Victor and Ilya, what have been some of the most significant or challenging cases that you have worked on since the beginning of the war? Can you share a few examples with us? Ilya, would you like to start?
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, there were many examples. Probably the most bright one was the cyber attacks on our power grid, simultaneously together with missile attacks. So they wanted to combine two types of attacks in order to reach maximum effect, because one power plant can be out because of missile and another power plant can be out because of the cyber attack, and overall effect, so the system will be overloaded all over the country. And it literally can cause two casualties, because when there is no electricity, there's no heating, there's no water, and these attacks were during winter period, during cold period, and when there's no electricity, sometimes there's no communication, because telecom operators cannot work as well. So this was probably the biggest challenge, and luckily we had this experience since 2015 when they were attacking our power grid. So we already knew and understood that something like this can happen, and we already had tools to react. Apart from that, recently we published a report about attacks on our military systems, military situational awareness systems, and very important is that they developed malware. We found at least 7 malwares, different seven malware samples they developed specifically to attack our systems, and it could give them the possibility to penetrate into phones and tablets our military are actively using, and they could get to everything, to Telegram, Signal, pictures, documents there, and even to their location, because they could take the configuration of Starlinks and understand where our headquarters were. So this was rather challenging. Then there was an example, they tried to penetrate one of our telecom operators, and we have 3 of them, and indeed they were very, very deep, so we stopped them just a couple of steps before they can literally turn it out. And when you have one telecom operator down, the other 2 will be overloaded, and it could lead to the problems with communication all over the country. Recent attack, supply chain attacks. So they penetrated into one of the companies that supplied telemetry equipment to our gas and water supply companies, and by updating it, they wanted to penetrate these gas and water supply companies. So this is another example how they try to attack our civil infrastructure, and this was also one of the cases that will later on go to ICC, and it clearly shows that this is nothing but a terrorism. So this is what we are facing, and many, many other attacks. Victor can add something. And what is important, that they are evolving, they have research institutes, laboratories, developing malware. And today I have a very important issue to convey and a message to address. The thing is that they are building national cyber offensive program. What does it mean? Not only these laboratories within FSB or GRU, but they start to teach students of some of their higher education establishments, military academies, with offensive disciplines. So meaning they are teaching students how to attack state systems. And by the way, not only Ukrainian, they have R&Ds there, so how to attack Ukrainian state systems, how to attack Brazilian state systems, how to attack European state systems. In the long run, it can have a dramatic effect when a very so they are building this basis and fundamental things that can actually be applied not only to Ukraine. And you all remember probably Colonial Pipeline in the United States of America, but this was a ransomware attack. But just imagine if state special services will attack water, gas supply in your countries on political purpose. This is really something disastrous.
Ilya, thank you for sharing those examples, and they show for anyone that's doubting that Russia is first of all launching cyber warfare in Ukraine. It's clear that this is happening, and there have been a lot of cases of near misses and partial successes of the Russian cyber forces. And we have heard multiple times from officials stating that various Western nations should prepare for cyber attacks from Russia, and we haven't seen anything incredibly disruptive. And we often say that they're lacking capacity because they're focused on Ukraine. What Ilya just shared basically shows that the war is not over, especially in cyberspace, and it is most likely going to intensify against Ukraine and against Western states. I think this was a very important point. Thank you, Ilya. Victor?
I just want to remind that we always remember that the date of full-scale invasion to Ukraine, but in terms of cyber, the intrusion happened on January 14th with the attack on multiple governmental websites, and therefore we can consider the start of global cyber warfare this exact date.
Around 70 resources were simultaneously attacked, defaced websites, exposing data, using wipers, lockers. By the way, psychological effect is also very important. This is also public health.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, guys. So my next question is for Victor. What are the cyber threat actors that you're most concerned with going forward?
The new one. So we are following more than 100 threat actors in the CERT-UA. And of course, we know they are TTPs, and we are sharing these TTPs as kind of contribution to the global cyber resilience. But in case of appearance of any new actor, it takes time to analyze his behavior and propose appropriate countermeasures.
Thank you, Victor. So the next question is AI related. On any cyber panels, I feel like I am obligated to ask it. So this is for Ilya. How are you using AI augmented tools to conduct your operations? Can you share a few examples with us?
Great question. Well, actually we don't use artificial intelligence in countering cyber attacks for now, but we use it in our everyday activity. First of all, facial recognition. So we've been able to understand who exactly was a war criminal, a traitor, a spotter, and other criminals with the help of facial recognition. So that's one clear example. Another example, we hack Russian surveillance cameras and on occupied territories, and then we analyze the data with the help of artificial intelligence in order to understand what weapon, for instance, battle tanks or other weapon is movement of the troops, and then we analyze and understand the direction of possible attacks. That's another example. A big threat of possible using of artificial intelligence in future, of course, is not only developing new malware, but also using it in psychological operations. And by this, I again refer to troll and bot farms. When using artificial intelligence can multiply your resources greatly, and you can have just a couple of people. What is called actually a real troll farm. So they are commenting, they are responding to each other, answering to each other, and you can literally have few people that will be busy with that with the help of artificial intelligence. This is one of the future we are really disturbed about.
Thank you, Ilya. Thank you for sharing this. We are running out of time, but there are two more questions I really want to ask you, because we discussed before we came out some of the answers, and I think that the audience should hear them. What are some of the ways in which you have been using cyber operations to disrupt Russian technology during this war?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Victor, would you like to say a few words? I think Victor...
I will be very brief. We are using the entire defensive cyber operations against this cyber aggression.
Thank you. Ilya?
So, first of all, of course, we conduct offensive because after the beginning of a full-scale war, the time for impunity has passed. So before the actual invasion, we were on the defensive side. But now, first, we use offensive in order to get important intelligence that we later give to our military in order to understand their plans, their goals, what weapon are they about to use, how they been able to avoid sanctions, how they've been able to import scarce resources and electronics that they use in their weapons. Then we need to get into their special services systems in order to understand what targets do they have, where they sit in our systems, and very often we need to disrupt this activity. First, we understand where they are, to clean them out, and then we need to disrupt the infrastructure in order to stop the possible attacks. Apart from that, it is important to mention that we have, let's say, sort of a cyber army today in Ukraine, hacktivists, volunteer cyber army. We call it sometimes cyber territorial defense. So these are people attacking Russia like different things, telecom operators, internet providers. By the way, RuTube was blocked for 3 days on Victory Day last year. This is their analog of YouTube. It was completely destroyed, and even head of Gazprom Media, Mr. Zharov, compared this attack to Stuxnet attack in Iran. Yeah, so high-profile attacks by our cyber army. A couple of months ago, Russian customs was so the whole digital infrastructure was destroyed. For 3 days, they were using paper from Vladivostok to Sebastopol, like having these large queues. So the war there is going on, and disruptive operation are also takes place. because this is war, that's the way it works. And they should be on a defensive side as well, so they need to be focused on protecting themselves and not to be focused by on attacking Ukraine.
Thank you, Ilya. Great message. Final question. What additional support or resources can Western cybersecurity companies provide to you going forward? Victor?
It's very important for us to continue maintaining the existing infrastructure that requires licenses, that requires client environments. But for our cyber resilience, the crucial factor remains this threat intelligence that we continue receiving from our partners. So in case we'll be supported ahead with this kind of assistance, this would be a great contribution for us.
Thank you. Ilya?
I'll add a little bit, if I may. So right now we, together, by the way, with SSCIP and other subjects responsible for cybersecurity, we are building a comprehensive system of receiving international help for our cybersecurity. Because, like I said, with all the challenges we face, it is very important to build a gold standard cybersecurity on our objects of critical infrastructure. Today we have a working group where all of the subjects of cybersecurity are gathered together, so all decisions are like, we show the unity that we are all sitting in one place. Now we're building a digital platform where all the needs of our objects of critical infrastructure will be there, so our partners, countries, NGOs can see what exactly do we need and which ministry needs how much servers, how much licenses, etc. And what we need now, we ask cybersecurity companies to come to Ukraine and help us to assess our needs, to inspect our objects of critical infrastructure, have this clear and transparent understanding that what we are asking is really what we need. And for them it's a very good opportunity because they can test their capabilities here on the front line, and then they can say that our endpoint detection and response systems or security operational centers are something really that works here in the wartime. So we kindly ask all of the companies to come here voluntarily, or they can be funded by companies or countries and help us to assess, because the infrastructure of Ukraine is huge indeed, and it's really very difficult to hold this space.
Thank you, Ilya. Well, here you have it. Thank you so much for these wonderful remarks and for this fascinating discussion.
Yes, I'm aware. Ladies and gentlemen, we would just like to formally close the Democratic Resilience track and thank everybody for your participation. We have a lot of important messages we're going to take forward, and we invite you to participate in the Global Outlook track. Thank you very much.